Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted?
Happening today, Safe Streets will be under the microscope today at City Hall. The controversy surrounding the program as council members look for transparency.
It's not an easy thing to know that in my neighborhood that this kind of thing is happening.
Baltimore County Police now investigating 2 robberies at the Towson Town Center. How this has residents rethinking their future in Maryland.
Rain is done for now, but we've got another round of wet weather on the way for the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Thursday, March 7th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to get a check with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how this day is shaping up for us. Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Talking about mild conditions out there with our temperatures that are in the 50s this morning. As we take a look from our Towson Town Center camera, you can see the traffic circle right there. Roads are wet from all the rain that we had last night and into the overnight hours, but it's no longer raining, so we're starting the drying process. Lower 50s here, Cockeysville, Baltimore over to Bel Air, 52 at Chestertown and Stevensville. So overall, we're drying out today. We're tracking that weekend rain, but temperatures, though, they're staying above average. And you can see on your morning drive, no rain to get in your way with numbers in the lower 50s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network, a live look over Ruxton and Charles Street. Looking pretty good out there. As Justin made mention, still some wet roads out there right now from some earlier rain, but at this point, looking pretty good. We've got light volume, no issues to report. Happening today, we could soon learn more about how Safe Streets you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. You can scan the QR code that you see there on your screen. Tell us what happened or send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. A Baltimore homeowner finally getting justice after losing his house to a sinkhole 2 years ago. How much money the city is giving him for damages. And a live look over our harbor and Towson cameras. We are waking up to mild temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker for us. And before we head to break, a quick look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Once again, taking a live look over that Ruxton and Charles Street area. That stretch looking pretty good this morning. 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Weather Authority forecast just about 440 here on your Thursday morning. Lots of green on this map statewide with our temperatures that are very mild this morning. Most of us in the low to mid 50s, which is above average for our afternoon high this time of year. So as you head out the door, you can maybe get a light jacket and you can get those sunglasses ready to go because we will have more sun today. No need for the umbrella, at least for the next couple of days before our next weather maker rolls in. Temperatures climbing nicely. We'll get to the upper 50s and some of us close to about 60 degrees. A little breezy later this afternoon as that wind comes in from the north. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. An update for you now this morning. A Baltimore homeowner who lost his home during a sinkhole back in 2022 is finally getting some compensation from the city. That sinkhole along North Avenue was caused by the collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain. Well, the infrastructure failure led to a back and forth over who was responsible. The city initially claimed no liability since they weren't given notice of a problem, but a Fox 45 News investigation found the city failed to inspect that storm drain for 23 years, when inspections are supposed to happen every 3 years.
All this pain and suffering that me and my neighbors doing, they should pay us whatever our house worth and plus more. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Quentin Bell there will now receive a $250,000 settlement. That's up from the initial offer of $90,000 that was proposed last December.
Is it allergies or is it something else? I'm Liz Bonus. A new study on our sinuses could have you feeling better in no time. It is just ahead.
Interesting. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, all eyes on the State of the Union. A look ahead to President Biden's crucial speech as polls show Americans losing faith. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now, 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We have a health watch for you this morning. New research on chronic sinus problems could help people with allergies receive the correct treatment. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how to separate the symptoms.
Hey there, everybody. As upper respiratory symptoms continue to make us feel sick, this study found even though springtime can cause similar symptoms, don't assume it's just allergies. It could instead be a flare-up of what's called chronic rhinosinusitis, or CRS.
People who have this frequently have allergies, but they're not the same thing.
If you've been taking multiple allergy medications for years without relief, you might want to get a second sinus opinion to see if you have CRS. Dr. Ahmad Sedagat told me. He's the director of the Division of Rhinology, Allergy, and Anterior Skull-Base Surgery at Ohio's UC College of Medicine. His team published this study in the Journal of Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery. They found about half of those in the study who were diagnosed with allergies also had CRS.
If you treat the allergies, you miss the chronic rhinosinusitis, the CRS, and patients get undertreated.
So how would I know if I have CRS? You did a study to help separate the symptoms. What are they?
So we found that patients who had basically any kind of smell loss, or patients who described their nasal symptoms like the blockage, the drainage, as at least moderate, there's also a relatively high likelihood that they may have chronic rhinosinusitis.
Dr. Sedagat's team also found nearly half of those who have CRS never get the right treatment for it: intranasal corticosteroids. Some of these medications are prescribed for allergies.
But for chronic rhinosinusitis, you really want to use intranasal steroids that get deeper into the nose, actually get into the sinuses. And sometimes that's more than just the typical over-the-counter steroid sprays that we see used for allergic rhinitis.
He says one other big finding in this study was that antihistamines don't work for CRS. He says if you've been taking these for allergies without success, ask your doctor for a referral to a sinus specialist. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Thank you, Liz. Looking ahead this morning, it is that time of year when we spring forward. Daylight saving time starts Sunday. During that time, people will adjust their clocks forward 1 hour near the start of the spring here. Even though you lose an hour of sleep, we are gaining an extra hour of sunlight in the evening. Well worth it, I think. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see if that sunlight's going to bring some more warmth for us. He's got to look at our forecast here this week. Justin.
Yeah, absolutely, Megan. Just hopefully nobody says savings with an S, because it's not a savings and loan. Remember, it's just daylight saving time, so no S is needed there. Our Towson camera, roads are wet this morning. This is from the rain that we saw yesterday afternoon and evening, even into the overnight hours, but that rain is done and we are starting the drying process as we speak. However, you're still going to need your windshield wipers, because you get behind some of those trucks and get all that kind of backsplash on your cars as you're heading out. We're at 53 right now, very mild conditions, maybe a light jacket. That's about it. But you can see on our HD radar that area of low pressure that brought us all of that rain is moving off toward the north at this time, and the rain is moving on along with it. So our temperature is going to hang in the 50s for the next few hours, but eventually climb to the upper 50s, and some of us will slide into the lower 60s for your highs this afternoon. And you can see those high temperatures again, 51. That's our average this time of year for our afternoon high, and we're already past that this morning. So you can see the above average conditions continuing. We'll see a lot of upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. Even warmer in the district and down toward Richmond with some mid 60s expected today. So overall, a nicer and drier afternoon. Here's a look at that temperature tracker. Numbers come down just a little bit as we head into the weekend. They'll drop back to the mid to upper 50s, but still, again, riding that above average train. And then next week, really looking good. We're talking about mid to upper 60s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And again, dry conditions as well. All right, so here's a look at our next weather maker. Everything is good to go on our future scan for Thursday afternoon. You'll see a mix of clouds and sun. A lot more sunshine is on the way for us on Friday, at least for the first half of the day. Then you'll get clouds rolling in on Friday afternoon. This is ahead of this next weather maker. It's coming in on Saturday. And yeah, it's going to be a wet start to your Saturday morning. Lots of rain that's going to be with us through about 7 o'clock in the morning. That's going to continue for most of the day on Saturday afternoon. So just kind of put that in your plans that it will be wet that Sunday's a bit drier. It's cooler and breezy, but overall, we will continue that drying process well into next week. Here's a look at that updated holiday countdown. Yeah, we just mentioned 3 days until we spring forward. 10 days from St. Patty's Day. That's next weekend, and that spring equinox officially in just 12 days from right now. But I like this one. The O's back at it in 3 weeks from today. Can you believe that? Opening day at Camden Yards is just 3 weeks from right now. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. Overall, not too bad. We have that one day where it's going to be wet on Saturday, but the rest of the days are nice and dry. Meg?
Good. Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network here. Live look over several of our cameras around the region here. We've got volume picking up. You see the cars out there. No major issues to report here at this time, though. That part's looking good. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail right on time. No delays or issues there. And Metro Subway looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead, lawmakers in Annapolis proposing a tax that could cost you more for package deliveries. Plus, state lawmakers are debating the future of the Kerwin plan. Why some want to put a pause on that education plan. It's 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your Session 2024 coverage, a new proposal in Annapolis could tax you on packages that show up at your front door. This is all part of an effort to make up for a shortfall in the state's transportation budget. But some residents are not happy. Maxine Stryker has the fallout.
These days, many of us have packages delivered.
We get a lot of Amazon packages and Temu packages.
On a weekly,
probably 2.
if not daily, basis.
I just order everything that I need to get on a day-to-day basis on Amazon.
But those deliveries could soon cost you a little extra, thanks to a proposed bill on the table in Annapolis.
It's a fee bill.
House Bill 1215, introduced by Delegate Mark Corman, would impose a 50-cent fee on most online purchases and home deliveries like DoorDash and Grubhub. Lawmakers are calling it a road impact fee and hope it would fill a more than $3 billion shortfall in funding the state's transportation plan.
We know from the data that the delivery vans and trucks are tearing up our roads, and the impact of those, believe it or not, is actually higher than if people just drove themselves to the market.
Corman says the fee would apply to most transactions, whether it be Amazon, FedEx, UPS, or the Postal Service.
When you go on to your favorite website and start filling the cart, at the bottom of that transaction, you'll see the sales tax levied, and then you would see this road impact fee, 50 cents for your entire cart. You have nothing to do with whether or not they're going to divide that into multiple shipments, and so no issue to you on that. It's just 50 cents for your entire cart there.
I think it's ridiculous.
There's concern from consumers.
The delivery drivers are not the ones messing up the roads. They've been messed up.
50 cents per package will add up fast.
It feels really, really small, but it shouldn't be overlooked, the effect that that can have. It feels strange that it's falling on the consumer and not the storefront.
I think the tax should be put on companies that initiate deliveries, who can do deliveries.
There's also concern for small businesses and low-income communities. But some say if the money is used wisely on transportation projects across the state, it may be worth it.
But as long as the money is allocated to the right place, I think it's still a good tax.
Maxine Stryker, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Maxine. The fee does not apply to any tangible personal property, including groceries and medicine. Those are already exempt from the sales and use tax. And that brings us to our question of the day. Are you willing to pay a 50-cent tax or fee per delivery? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. To make your voice heard, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Midday tab. State lawmakers are also debating changes to the blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin plan. A new bill calls for a 3-year pause in implementing the blueprint's mandatory pre-K. Republican delegate April Miller is the bill's lead sponsor, and she says private preschools cannot afford to lose a large number of young kids to public schools all at once.
We need to put a pause on it right now to reevaluate the pre-kindergarten parameters that have been put in to see, is it feasible for the public-private partnerships? How can we make that work for Maryland? And how can we make it work for the private providers as well?
There's also an accountability aspect of this new bill, which would withhold funding for certain districts if the money isn't used properly. A committee meeting yesterday ended with 0 questions, and a looming deadline means the amendments are unlikely to succeed unless Democrats hop on board. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the Kerwin plan and concerns surrounding its price tag. For our complete coverage, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Public's paying for it. It's tens of millions of taxpayer dollars going towards this function.
The spotlight will be on the Safe Streets program today as the Baltimore City Council questions who actually works for the city's violence intervention program.
We are generally opposed to trying all 5 of the defendants together.
A judge will decide today if the court wants to hold a joint trial for the suspects accused of Baltimore's largest mass shooting.
Finally getting some drier conditions and temperatures staying above average as we get closer to spring. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:58 on this Thursday, March 7th. Good morning. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and we're waking up mild out there.
Yeah, wet roads, but that's about it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, the whole thing, I was coming in this morning, I was like, I still got to use the windshield wipers because, you know, you get behind the trucks and the other cars, and there's a lot of spray that is out there. Good news is it's not raining anymore, so we're taking a break, even though it's always nice to see the rain because, you know, rain helps that growing season for sure. As we take a look outside from our downtown Baltimore camera, still some cloud cover out there right now, but overall not the foggy conditions we had yesterday morning. A lot of us in the low to mid 50s here for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 53. Same number for you there in Dundalk and Essex, even in Middle River too. Some of us about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So if you do want to get out here for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, temperatures staying in the 50s for the most part. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that next weather maker and when more rain returns in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. And doesn't look like the wet roads are impacting your drive in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're taking a live look over the Beltway and some of the cameras around the area. No incidents reported this time. Roads still, of course, slick because of the rain that has moved now out of our area. Well, this morning, we're following 3 big stories for you at 5 o'clock. After 3 days of deliberations, a jury reaches a verdict in the trial of a man charged in killing Justin Johnson and Baltimore police officer Kiana Holly.
And today, a judge is set to decide whether the 5 Brooklyn Day mass shooting suspects, including 3 juveniles, will be tried together.
Plus, the Baltimore City Council set to hold a hearing on safe streets to hopefully answer the same questions Fox 45 News have been asking for years about its hiring practices.
And this morning, we have live team coverage for you, starting with Olivia Dance on what we could learn today about safe streets. Olivia.
Well, Megan, the meeting is happening at 5 this evening at City Hall, and there's going to be a lot of attention around this meeting, especially since there are so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted? Previous director has stonewalled the city council with even the most basic questions, the most basic operational questions, refused to answer them. And so now there's a new director, and hopefully this new director is transparent.
Councilman Isaac Yitzi-Schleifer, who's chairing the hearing tonight, rattling off some questions that he's hoping to get answered. The mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, is now led by Stephanie Mavronis. Last July, following Baltimore's worst mass shooting in history, council members grilled Mavronis about Safe Streets workers being at the Brooklyn Day party, mediating conflicts just hours before gunfire erupted, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. Councilman Schleifer says that MONSE needs to be upfront about who is hired to serve as violence interrupters, since in the past MONSE has refused to provide the names of the Safe Streets workers. But to be hired in the first place, violence interrupters, according to MONSE, have to be credible messengers in their community. Safe Streets sites are required by contract to hold community events monthly. And Councilman Schleifer is demanding answers, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars.
If we're not getting answers and we don't know where the money is going, then we certainly aren't going to continue the current level of funding.
Councilman Schleifer says that he also plans to ask about the mediation process, and we've also asked for the definition of a mediation and also how Safe Streets workers track those interactions, but so far, no luck. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Continuing our coverage this morning for you. Today, we can learn if the 5 suspects in the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. All the accused, including 3 juveniles, are charged as adults.
2 people were killed, 28 others injured in that Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And we are learning more about the chaotic moments as shots were fired last July.
Prosecutors filed a motion in October asking a judge to try the 5 defendants together for charges related to the mass shooting, and we're expecting to hear that decision today.
Shannon Lilly joining us live right here in studio with the new details surrounding what happened the night of that shooting and a preview of what we can expect in court today. Shannon.
Yeah, so that hearing on the joint trial motion, Megan and Tom, is set to start this morning at 9 at Courthouse East, and all of the accused are charged as adults in this case. Part of the motion for this hearing is what's unlocking a closer look at the case. In fact, the documents were just obtained by Fox 45 and filed by prosecutors Friday. In them, prosecutors are laying out the clearest account yet of the allegations against the accused, including 18-year-old Tristan Jackson and 19-year-old Aaron Brown, who are both facing several charges, including attempted first and second-degree murder. Now, among new details, prosecutors writing, when questioned by detectives, Brown stated he he was at the block party, admitted to firing a handgun into the roadway at approximately 3 individuals who were standing in the parking lot shooting at him. Brown stated that he was shot in the hand while firing his weapon. Brown's attorney, Roya Hanna, weighs in on that.
Well, we know that he was shot in the hand because he went to the hospital that night. He received treatment for that. He was one of the victims that night. As for the rest of it, we'll have to see if the state is able to produce that evidence.
Now, according to prosecutors filing, police searched Brown's home after they arrested him and found a Glock handgun loaded with an extended magazine. That gun, prosecutors wrote, was consistent with having fired casings recovered from 2 locations at the Brooklyn event shooting and with casings collected as evidence in a May shooting, also allegedly involving Brown. Now, Hannah says she does intend to challenge the legality of the search warrant, so we'll see what comes out of that. Tom, Megan.
Shannon, does Hannah, the lawyer, have a stance on what should happen at today's hearing?
Yeah, she does. So she is speaking out against the motion, Tom, and she doesn't believe that all 5 defendants should be tried together. Her reason for that is she says there's a lot of evidence that's admissible against some defendants and not admissible against others. And she argues that people will be prejudiced if they're all tried together. But a judge will ultimately have the final say. Again, this hearing is set to start at 9 this morning. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Well, 18-year-old Tristan Jackson was under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. Police say GPS coordinates from his ankle monitor place him at the scene July 2nd.
Earlier this year, a judge denied a request to have Jackson transferred to a juvenile facility and to keep his records sealed. The defense argues open records will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say that shouldn't be the court's responsibility. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan says transparency is the most important aspect of this case.
It would prevent the people in those communities from feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
Now, the victims' families, they're suing the city and state for more than $150 million after Baltimore's Police Department Commissioner Richard Worley admitted police made mistakes in their response to the shooting.
Fox 45 News will follow the legal developments surrounding this investigation. Stay with us on air and at foxbaltimore.com for any updates in this case.
I'm going to say right here and right now, I'm coming for you.
An emotional day in the courtroom for the families of Kiana Holly and Justin Johnson. Still ahead, why the family's still fighting for justice even after a verdict.
And scammers looking to take advantage of people trying to save energy. Just ahead this morning, 5 quick tips to make sure that you do not fall victim.
Temperatures mild this morning. We are starting the drying process, but more rain is on the way as we head into the weekend. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now. It is Thursday morning. Happy Friday Eve, getting closer to the weekend. As we look outside from our Towson camera, roads wet, but we're dry in terms of stuff falling from the sky. Our temperatures in the lower 50s here across the Old Line State. Baltimore down through Annapolis up into Bel Air, 54 Westminster, Gaithersburg at 50, 52 currently in Laurel. So numbers will stay in the 50s for most of the morning. We're going to get into the low and even some mid 60s as we head later into the afternoon. Overall, a mild day on tap, and that northerly wind coming in about 10 to 20 miles an hour, so a bit breezy at times. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the next weather maker and that rain and how it's going to impact your weekend in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. We have an update for all of you this morning. 34-year-old Elliot Knox has been found guilty in the murders of Baltimore police officer Kiana Hawley and Justin Johnson.
Now, the jury delivers its verdict convicting Knox on 6 charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder for the 2021 shooting. The families of both victims say their fight for justice is not finished.
No one wakes up in the morning and says, let me go and kill a police officer. No one wakes up in the morning and says, well, after we kill this police officer, let's go across town and take someone's son. No one wakes up in the morning and thinks those things. Someone sent them to do it. And I'm going to say right here and right now, I'm coming for you.
I'm glad for the actual verdict, but I would wish there was another way of penalizing these guys, because Justin and Officer Holly's gone. And the thing is, the taxpayers got to foot the bill for the rest of these guys' life. And I wish there was another way that we could penalize them.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott, Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates all expressed their gratitude to the jury, saying their hearts remain with the victims' families. You can find their complete statements online at foxbaltimore.com.
Flames erupting just minutes into a United Airlines flight. The terrifying video from one of the passengers.
And daylight saving time is happening soon when the clocks officially move, leaving you with 1 less hour of sleep, but more daylight. 5:12 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. caught on camera. United Airlines flight returns to the tarmac following an engine failure.
Yeah, the flight was heading to Fort Myers from Houston before this fiery incident happened. A passenger recording the dramatic moments when they could see flames sparking from the engine. Now, United Airlines officials say the plane returned to the airport after taking off. No one on board was hurt.
Thank goodness. Don't want to see that.
Is anybody else seeing this? Holy sh**.
Take a look, a close look there. This is the scene of a small plane crash in Washington State that could have been a lot worse if it weren't for that giant parachute. According to police, the parachute was deployed after the plane experienced an unknown issue and it was forced to into an emergency landing into a residential area there. The two people on board, a flight instructor and student, they were not hurt. Police say they believe an engine failure may have been at fault. The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating this incident. Kind of went into a glider mode and parachute.
Yeah, falling down there. Justin Chambers flies those SR-22s. Suspects caught on camera stealing a French bulldog puppy. This happened in Washington State. The suspect reportedly gave the store some fake information for an appointment, ultimately sped off with the stolen pup. Police are investigating the incident to try and find those suspects. 5:16 trending this morning, the oldest dead galaxy was just spotted by the Webb Space Telescope.
So this is one of the deepest views into the distant universe made with the telescope. The dead galaxy, as it's called, existed when the universe was only about 700 million years into its current age of 14 billion years now. That galaxy died young soon after the Big Bang that created the universe. The newly observed dead galaxy is billions of light years away from Earth. It's fascinating to me that they can tell how old these galaxies are. That blows my mind.
They guesstimate a lot on it, yeah.
Only the good die young.
That's right.
Joel said. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, the SR-22 going.
Yeah, that was an SR-22. I haven't flown an SR-22. It's a Cirrus.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a small engine.
So it's called a CAPS system. It's a Cirrus airframe parachute system. All Cirrus planes have it. And you do a CAPS pull. If you're like, if you can't control a plane, you pull the CAPS, you get a parachute, you come down at about, from 10 feet is what it feels
Saved
like.
Saved 139
sure
aircraft.
has.
Why don't more planes have that? That
Great
seems
question.
brilliant.
Great question, Meg. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But all Cirrus planes have them. That's what revolutionized general aviation, because people can get in there and get those parachute and you do a CAPS pull and you should make it. Should be good to go. So our live cam here in downtown Baltimore, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Lots of cloud cover that is out there right now. We've got some MVFR conditions, but we're going to get back to VFR a little bit later today, pilots. So I'm excited about that. A bit breezy with that north wind coming in about 10 to 20 miles an hour. But overall, we're 21 days out from opening day, which is very exciting. 3 weeks from today, it is Thursday, March 28th, and those continue to do very well in Sarasota and in Florida for spring training. Lots of those young guys trying to make the roster. And love to see Jackson Holiday. I don't know if it's going to happen at Camden Yards this year, but a lot of things are pointing that direction, so we'll see. All right, HD radar. Here's that area of low pressure that brought all of the rain yesterday, and that's moving off toward the north. So if you are traveling north on 95 up into Philly and New York, probably going to run into some of those rain showers left over. But overall, we are dry here up and down our region. Just the wet conditions exist from the rain we had yesterday. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our numbers stay mild, lower 50s this morning, upper 50s by noon. And as we get into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, a lot of us will slide into the low and mid 60s. So definitely drier conditions and milder today. Probably still a little squishy on the golf courses out there. But if you do want to get out there, at least hit a bucket of balls. Should be a good day to do that. Maybe a 1 club win for you. Upper 50s through noon and into the low and mid 60s for a lot of us later this afternoon. Let's check the numbers in your neighborhood. Westminster and Eldersburg there in Carroll County in the lower 60s. Upper 50s for the Hereford zone. Lower 60s, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley out through Perry Hall and White Marsh. Right about 62 in Dundalk today. Hartford and Cecil counties, you'll see those numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s as well. So well above average. And we're going to keep the above average train going even tomorrow in the lower 60s. Now notice Saturday and Sunday gets a little cooler, but still about 5 degrees above average on the coldest day, which will be Sunday, before those numbers really start ramping up next week. Here's our future scan. So we're dry today and tomorrow. Again, those clouds will hang around. We get some clearing overnight into tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, more clouds will start rolling in on your Friday. That's that next weather maker. And here comes Saturday morning with more rain that is going to be on the way. It'll be most of Saturday morning into the afternoon and evening time, a bit drier by the time we head toward Sunday. Here's that 7-day forecast forecast for you as we see next week looking pretty good. We start off breezy and cooler on Monday, but as we head toward Tuesday and Wednesday, we're going to slide to the mid to upper 60s. And really, after that, no rain in sight.
Very nice. Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. No incidents to report here at this time. Taking a live look over Towson. This is Loch Raven Boulevard. Just a few cars out there this morning. Still could be some wet roads from the earlier rain, but starting to dry out as the morning continues. Hopefully that'll keep conditions looking like this. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail has a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service. You'll want to allow a little extra time in your travels there. Metro subway, though, right on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Now that it's award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. Get the question right, and you could be entered into the first win the daily prize, as I just said, of $100, but then the daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance of winning $5,000 in their drawing. Again, scan the QR code to get to Hollywood Trivia question of the day. Lisa Gahan won Wednesday's trivia. Congratulations, Lisa.
Baltimore facing scrutiny for spending millions of dollars on bike lanes that are causing more problems. Still ahead this morning, the steps the city is now taking to find out what happened and if the bike lanes are worth it.
Recent robberies at the Towson Town Center leaving shoppers on edge. The shocking spots where the robberies took place. 5:21, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning. 524, a consumer alert for you this Thursday morning. BGE is reminding customers to be aware of scams related to their utility bills.
In 2023, the company received more than 4,400 scam complaints from customers, reporting losses of nearly $400,000. BGE says typically a scam call begins with a threat to shut off service if a payment isn't made. Customers should also be on the lookout for text messages with payment demands followed by a QR code. BGE says anyone who thinks they may be getting scammed should call them at the number on your screen there. You can find 5 quick tips on how to protect yourself on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A Baltimore City Schools Principal of the Year finalist could face fines after Fox 45 News exposed a major safety concern right at his school. Well, this video is from December 2023, and in it you can see and hear a fire alarm sounding at the Reach Partnership School. The issue, students and staff cannot get out of the building because the emergency exit was padlocked shut. You can see there in that image. Sources telling Project Baltimore the locks were installed in September 2022 to prevent anyone from entering the school with drugs or weapons. But as Kevin Cartwright with the Baltimore City Fire Department explains, it could create a hazardous situation for many.
All exit doors should be freely operable with no hindrances whatsoever. This can certainly create a life hazard issue for the students, teachers, and administrators, especially if something occurred and firefighters weren't able to readily gain access to address the emergency.
Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore explains how the school system has responded to the padlock problem and some other concerning issues recently uncovered at Reach Partnership.
We are drying out this morning. When we could expect our next chance of rain, though?
President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address at the Capitol tonight. Coming up from our live center, how former President Trump is attempting to steal the spotlight. It's 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition on a Thursday. It's March 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and hopefully the rain is gone at least for 24 hours.
Let's see. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking it.
Always good to get the rain, guys, but then when it just keeps coming, that's when a lot of folks are like, all right, maybe a bit of a break, which is what we're going to get today and tomorrow before another weather maker rolls in. But right now, temps, too, are mild. Look at these numbers. These are lower 50s across the DMV, even 54 in Philly, 53 in Baltimore right now, down through the Eastern Shore into Salisbury. So as you head out the door today, maybe just a light jacket, but you can get the sunglasses back in your kind of your bag, whatever. Put them ready to go and make sure that they are good to go. I don't know what I'm trying to say. No umbrella, though. That's the big thing today. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Your morning drive, maybe a little wet on the roads from the rain last night, but lower 50s here over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain and we'll talk about the temperatures, especially next week, that I think you are going to like. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Happening today, bike lane backlash. Today, the Baltimore City Council is working to find shared space when it comes to bike lanes during a hearing.
Now, this comes after several people in neighborhoods all across Baltimore have spoken out against the addition of the bike lanes in their communities.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the bike lane fight now happening. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the hearing on bike lanes is happening at 4 this afternoon, and it comes after residents have spoken out against the bike lanes, saying that they are causing safety concerns. An example of that, it can be seen here at this salon. This is Fringe Salon, and the owner says that a car came barreling into the side of her building here. You can still see some of the damage to the side of the building, even though this happened months ago. Now, when the city redesigned the road last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon here. Making turns, she said, had suddenly become a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street isn't a safe street for those on the road or near the road, and she's an avid cyclist herself. On the other hand, though, Bethany McGarry, who's another resident who utilizes the city bike lanes, says drivers are to blame, and she says that bike lanes will force drivers to slow down.
It's safer when the roads are slower, they're more structured, and everybody on foot, on wheels, is a little bit more intentional about how they're moving.
Now, the city did add these barriers outside of the salon to protect it. And at today's hearing, city council members are also just hoping to get a better understanding of the problems posed by these complete streets. Of course, you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with that issue for months now. In fact, back in December, a Harford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate new bike lanes. But residents say that they have seen traffic lined up for blocks, with the bike lanes hardly getting any use. Last September, in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway were cut down to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that cannot accommodate them.
Developing this morning, the Baltimore County Police Department now investigating 2 robberies that happened at the Towson Town Center.
The suspects walked right back out of Macy's through the same door about 2 minutes after they entered.
The most recent robbery happening Monday afternoon, a robbery involving 2 suspects inside the Macy's store. Then last Friday, someone was robbed in the parking garage of the town center.
My reaction is to stay away, avoid it at all costs until they can figure out what's going on. We are moving.
We are moving.
We're moving.
It's getting really crazy around here with all these crimes.
have been made in those 2 robberies. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Baltimore County Police. Police in Baltimore County are also warning drivers about a wave of car thefts across their region. Police have reported 665 car thefts so far this year. It's about 10 thefts a day on average. More than half of those stolen cars are Kias and Hyundais. Now, experts say a TikTok challenge showing viewers how to steal those cars has made the problem worse. A year and a half after the challenge went viral, we're asking why Kias and Hyundais are still being targeted at this rate.
It didn't happen overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight, but there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Experts say steps like upgraded security software in those vehicles and steering wheel locks are helping with the problem. The car manufacturers are still working with law enforcement to combat thieves.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy are advocating for a bill that would change how car crimes are prosecuted. It would broaden the consequences for people who benefit from gang activity, including carjackers and those who recruit young people to commit carjackings.
Almost none of these crimes are done by one individual.
So what you're seeing is the adults are preying on the juveniles and have the juveniles there as well as part of the larger overall crew. Those individuals that are running around carjacking in groups 3, 4, 5 cars a night, and they ride around carjacking citizens, taking the cars then down to a chop shop.
If you have a stolen car story, or maybe you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code on your screen, tell us what happened, or send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. An update now for you this morning. A Baltimore homeowner who lost his home during a sinkhole back in 2022 is finally getting some compensation from the city.
Yeah, the sinkhole along North Avenue is caused by a collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain. The infrastructure failure led to a back and forth over who's responsible. The city initially claiming no liability since they were not given notice of the problem. But a Fox 45 News investigation found the city failed to inspect that storm drain for 23 years, when inspections are supposed to happen every 3 years.
All this pain and suffering that me and my neighbors doing, they should pay us whatever our house worth and plus more. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Quentin Bell will receive a $250,000 settlement now, and that is up from the initial offer of $90,000 that was proposed last December.
Fox 45 News obtaining new documents outlining what happened during the Brooklyn Day mass shooting in July. The new details are revealing about the suspects and what we can learn today about a trial.
A migrant crisis, rising prices, a crime surge. President Biden facing a tough sell as he gets ready to address America.
And we're getting a break from the rain, at least for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker. 5:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday Eve. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. Looking out for our weather headlines right now and out over the Inner Harbor. Still have some cloud cover out there, but the rain taking a break for now. Temps are in the lower 50s now, but we're on our way to the mid 60s for the afternoon. So temps staying well above average. And then another weather maker is rolling in just in time for the weekend. But for today, 64 will drop to the 40s tonight, get to the lower 60s tomorrow, a little bit cooler. We'll track the numbers as we get to next week and the warmer and much drier conditions that we have ahead as well. We'll talk about all that coming up.
Thank you, Justin. President Joe Biden will deliver his State of the Union address today. And according to White House aides, this year's address aims to lay out an agenda that he can quickly take out on the campaign trail.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly. She's in our live center this morning with a preview of what we can expect. Shannon?
Yeah, we're starting, guys, with a live look over the Capitol where this address is supposed to happen tonight. In it, President Biden is expected to hit key issues for voters, which we're going to get to in just a second. But first, his only political challenger left standing, former President Trump, is attempting to steal the spotlight. Take a look at this. Trump posting on Truth Social overnight that he's holding a play-by-play at the same time as the address, saying in part that he will, quote, correct in rapid response any and all inaccurate statements, especially pertaining to the border and his weaponization of the DOJ, FBI, AGs, and district attorneys. Now, the speech gives President Biden what will likely be his largest televised audience before this summer's Democratic convention. The border crisis, the economy, high health costs, and abortion rights are just a few of the topics that he's expected to hit. But this comes at a pivotal moment for him. His average approval rating is just 38.1%. That is one of the lowest points of his presidency. Many swing voters who supported him in 2020 now appear to be leaning toward former President Donald Trump, who leads in early polls of the November general election. And 73% of registered voters in a recent New York Times Siena College poll thought he was too old to be an effective president. His address tonight aims to expel all of those doubts. It is scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then the GOP's response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt right after that. That is the latest from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a taxpayer watchdog joins us live with what you should be listening for during the president's speech.
Baltimore City Council looking into Safe Streets program today at City Hall. Why some council members say the program is lacking transparency. 5:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Trending now, when it comes to naming our pets, there are a lot of popular choices, and a new study is revealing Maryland's most common dog names.
Well, according to Camp Bow Wow, the top names are Luna, Buddy, Teddy, Bella, and Charlie. Luna also claimed the top spot all across the country. The rankings based on the doggy daycare and boarding franchise database of more than 300,000 campers who visit in the past year. So if you want to be original, you maybe want to stay away from those Luna, Charlie, Buddy, names.
I like human names for the dogs. I like that.
Yeah. Barbie celebrates her 65th birthday this month with a new collection of dolls.
Looking good. In honor of International Women's Day this Friday, Mattel is releasing universally iconic role model dolls based on women who inspire girls and use their platforms for good. Each doll represents a country from all around the world. Well, it is that time of year when we spring forward.
Daylight saving time starts Sunday morning, and during the time, people adjust their clocks forward 1 hour right near the start of spring. Even though you will lose an hour of sleep, you gain an extra hour of sunlight in the evenings.
Meantime, on Capitol Hill, a bipartisan bill is being held up in the committee that would enable states to permanently switch to daylight saving time. And if this is passed, the switch could take effect in more than 24 states. Currently, nearly a dozen states have legislation in works to switch to year-round standard time. But currently, 2 states are actually doing it, Arizona and what's the other one?
Remember that one?
Hawaii.
Is that it? Yes, you're right.
Yeah, but there's another one too, because Indiana did it for a while and then they switched. It's hard to, because I remember they did it, and then they went back to having it, but I know Arizona for sure, and I know Hawaii for sure they don't do daylight saving.
I'm for it. I think once
You're for what?
I'm for springing ahead and staying there.
So you want to spring ahead and stay there?
And stay, never do switching again.
Hey, all right. That's a good thing.
More daylight.
That's a good thing. We could all be spring chickens, right?
Yes.
Spring chickens?
I got you.
Okay. By the way, today, ladies and gentlemen, it's National Flapjack Day. It's also National Cereal Day. I mean, that's perfect for us to talk about in the morning show. We love talking about food and breakfast and flapjacks. I don't know the difference between a flapjack and a pancake, actually. I don't know the difference, but, maybe we'll have to have some flapjacks to figure it out. Shannon, are you going to bring us some flapjacks, or? Okay, good. So Shannon's going to get the flapjacks. Good. Our downtown Baltimore, Jimmy's here. We can get Jimmy to order some flapjacks. Good morning to you, our downtown Baltimore camera. We do have that cloud cover that's out there right now. Overall, rain has taken a break for now, but our temperature is still mild. 53 your temp currently at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Really no wind to speak of out of the northwest, only about 6 to 10 miles an hour. There's the area of low pressure that brought us all the rain moving on to the north. So if you are heading to the northeast corridor here this morning and driving up to the north, may still run into some of those rain showers. This is a look at our next weather maker. So we're dry today and tomorrow, but then Friday night into Saturday morning, you're going to start to see those clouds roll in. And then early Saturday morning, that's when the rain's going to be here. This next weather maker bringing another round of that rain that's going to stay through most of Saturday morning and into Saturday afternoon as well. This is going to take us through Saturday night. Sunday, some drier air is going to work back in behind that. But overall, in terms of our rainfall totals, well, we're going to probably pick up at least another half to 3/4, maybe close to an inch of rain on top of what we've already seen so far this year. And this month, we've picked up almost 2 inches of rain, and it's only March 7th. So just think, in the first 6 days, we've already had a pretty wet March. Here's a look at your coffee cast as you enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us, maybe some cereal and flapjacks if you're so inclined. Lower 50s for the next couple of hours. Sun comes up at 6:30 and it goes to bed tonight at 6:06. Now remember, if you do that daylight saving time or standard time, those sunrise and sunset times get all out of whack if it's like that for the whole year. So just kind of think about that. 53 through 8 o'clock here at Brewers Hill, and numbers near noon are going to be in the upper 50s. I think you could probably get away with lunch outdoors today, especially as we get later into the afternoon. We're talking low to mid 60s, so looking pretty good for your temperatures. Now, we're a little cooler tomorrow, and then Saturday and Sunday, our numbers drop back down into the 50s. Even on Monday, we'll be breezy and even windy and cooler by the time we get to Monday afternoon. But Tuesday and Wednesday next week, there's that warming trend that I was talking about with mid to upper 60s and dry conditions. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller mobile track. Cruise along 95 northbound heading towards Joppatown, and you can see the wide open roads. A little bit of a slowdown as they're starting to get a little bit of volume, but the roads are starting to dry out for us. Now we're going to check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. It's a Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning to you, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Candidate 43, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for travel. Out there on light rail, expect about a 20-minute delay in your travels, and you'll find Metro Subway operating with a 10-minute delay from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Allowed time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. An organization focusing on reducing Baltimore's crime issues has been inactive for months. The reason why the group stopped meeting and the push to get it back up and running. A large number of voters opted to not support President Biden and instead voted as uncommitted Super Tuesday. The reason behind the uncommitted movement. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .54, developing now, an organization focused on reducing Baltimore's crime issues, has gone dormant for the past 5 months.
The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is designed to identify public safety shortfalls across Baltimore.
Jeff Abel takes a look at why the group has not met in months. It's a story you're seeing first on Fox.
For more than 20 years, a key weapon in the city's crime fight has been a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. At the Circuit Courthouse each month, federal, state, and local crime fighters would meet to coordinate their crime-fighting strategies. As the former president of the NAACP, Doc Cheatham, once had a seat at the table.
I found it to be very effective. The room was filled with people, but it was like everybody was at the table that needed to be there.
But 7 years ago, when judges stopped attending the meetings, the governor stopped the funding.
We shut that down because it was totally ineffective and because they said they didn't want to focus on violent crime.
My way to pull everyone together is to restart the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council.
When Mayor Brandon Scott launched his crime-fighting strategy 3 years ago, he was determined to jumpstart the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. It would become a critical component of his war on crime.
Well, we're talking about how we can rebuild systems and fix systems.
But there are now questions about just how critical the council has become. Since 2021, the council has met bi-monthly at City Hall, but lately it hasn't met at all. It's been 5 months since the coordinating council's last meeting in October. Its December and February meetings were canceled, but crime was not. In the 5 months since the council last met, 76 people have died on the streets of the city.
I think maybe the new administration didn't have a clear understanding what the real purpose of the coordinating council was.
It's been 9 months since the city has posted minutes from any of the council's meetings. For Doc Cheatham, it's a disappointment for a coordinating council, which he believes does have purpose.
You know, you got a health commissioner that's interim. You have a Department of Public Works that's interim. You know, I'm really concerned that the city is not operating at its fullest level because you don't have the right people in the right positions.
Fox 45 News did reach out to the mayor's office asking for an explanation, but so far we haven't received one.
The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is a pillar of Mayor Scott's 5-year plan to reduce violence throughout the city. Another aspect of his plan, the group violence reduction strategy, has come under fire in recent months. The Western District, where GVRS was piloted, saw a 28% increase in homicides last year. Mayor Scott recently announced a GVRS expansion to the Eastern District, which is already seeing a reduction in homicides. Some call the decision a political move, saying the Eastern District does not need additional resources.
It's an area that's having fewer problems, which is easier to show success when you're doing that. It's like tutoring an A student instead of tutoring a C student. It's going to be easier to show results with the A student than the C student.
Fox 45 News asking the mayor's office why resources are going to the Eastern District rather than some more struggling areas. We did not hear back.
We have a consumer alert for you this morning. BGE is reminding customers to be aware of scams related to their utility bills. In 2023, the company received more than 4,400 scam complaints from customers reporting losses of nearly $400,000. BGE says typically a scam call begins with a threat to shut off service if a payment is not made. Customers should also be on the lookout for text messages with payment demands followed by a QR code. BGE says anyone who thinks they may be getting scammed should call them at the number on your screen. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, breaking news, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted?
Fox 45 News continued demanding answers on transparency for the Safe Streets program, and today the Baltimore City Council will do just that.
There are a lot of allegations which it seems to make them, we'll just have to see if they have the evidence at the end of the day.
We could soon hear today if the suspects accused in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. Just ahead this morning, what happened to one of the suspects as shots rang out.
As we step a little bit closer to the weekend, we're tracking temperatures that are mild and a break from the rain. We'll have a closer look at all that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We're coming up on 6 o'clock on this Thursday morning, March 7th. From Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Warmer temperatures here. That makes up for the yuckiness that we started with earlier.
Yeah, and hopefully not too much fog that we've had in recent days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the wet roads, and will there be any fog this morning?
Some patchy fog is in western Maryland right now, guys, but not nearly as socked in as we were yesterday morning for sure, as a lot of those clouds have moved on. There's still clouds out there, but just not the foggy conditions, and some of those roads still a little bit bit wet from the rain that we had last night and into the overnight hours as we look down at our Towson traffic cam right there. Low to mid 50s right now. These are well above where we typically are in the afternoon for March 7th, but already at 54 in Baltimore City, 53 in Annapolis, maybe a light jacket as you step out. But that rain is taking a break and temperatures staying above average. However, we are tracking more rain as we head into the weekend. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bowe says we're good to go. 54 will be the number that we'll stick with for the next couple of hours. Again, the mild temps hanging around. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. An accident in Baltimore. Well, it's 695 is the outer loop right here. Cameras in the area not showing the actual incident, but we do know that it's reported that there's two vehicles involved, and this is 695 outer loop, and they're right near. It's actually showing the incident is inner and outer loops that are both being affected, but they pulled them over on the outer loop now, right near 40.
This morning, we are following two big stories for you this morning. 2 adults and 3 juveniles are now facing charges related to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And today, a judge could decide if they will be tried together. Plus, questions remain this morning about Safe Streets hiring. Today, the Baltimore City Council is looking to bring transparency to the program.
This morning, we have live team coverage. Shen Lilly here in studio following the decision a judge could make on the suspects accused in the Brooklyn mass shooting. We start, though, with Olivia Dance and what we can learn today about Safe Streets. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that hearing is scheduled to start at 5 this evening at City Hall, and there's going to be a lot of attention around this meeting, especially since there's so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted? Previous director has stonewalled the city council with even the most basic questions, most basic operational questions, refused to answer them. And so now there's a new director, and hopefully this new director is transparent.
Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer, who's chairing the hearing tonight, is rattling off some questions he's hoping to get answered. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is now led by Stephanie Mavronis. Last July, following Baltimore's worst mass shooting in history, council members grilled Mavronis about Safe Streets workers being at the Brooklyn Day party, mediating conflicts just hours before gunfire erupted, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. Councilman Schleifer says MONSE needs to be upfront about who is hired to serve as violence interrupters, since in the past MONSE has refused to provide the names of the Safe Streets workers. But to be hired in the first place, violence interrupters, according to MONSE, have to be credible messengers in their communities. Safe Streets sites are required by contract to hold community events monthly. Councilman Schleifer, though, is demanding answers, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars.
There really should not be any difference between the level of transparency the public is entitled to with city employees versus city-funded employees.
And Councilman Schleifer says that he also plans to ask about the mediation process. And we've asked for a definition of mediation and also how Safe Streets workers track these interactions. So far, though, no luck. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Continuing our coverage this morning, today we can learn if the 5 suspects in the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. All the accused, including 3 juveniles, being charged as adults. 2 people were killed, 28 others injured in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and we are learning more about the chaotic moments as shots were fired last July.
Prosecutors filed a motion in October asking a judge to try the 5 defendants together for charges related to the mass shooting, and we are expecting to hear that decision today. Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio with the new details surrounding what happened the night of the shooting and a preview of what we can expect in court today. Shannon.
Well, Megan, the hearing on the joint trial motion is set to start this morning at 9 at Courthouse East, and part of the motion for this hearing is what's unlocking a closer look at the case. In fact, these documents here were just obtained by FOX45 and filed by prosecutors Friday. In them, prosecutors are laying out the clearest account yet of the allegations against the accused. That includes 18-year-old Tristan Jackson and 19-year-old Aaron Brown, who are both facing several charges, including attempted first and second-degree murder. Among new details, prosecutors writing, when questioned by detectives, Brown stated he was at the block party, admitted to firing a handgun into the roadway at approximately 3 individuals who were standing in the parking lot, shooting at him. Brown stated that he was shot in the hand while firing his weapon. Brown's attorney, Roya Hanna, is weighing in on that.
Well, we know that he was shot in the hand because he went to the hospital that night. He received treatment for that. He was one of the victims that night. As for the rest of it, we'll have to see if that state is able to produce that evidence.
Now, according to prosecutors' filing, police searched Brown's home after they arrested him and found a Glock handgun loaded with an extended magazine. That gun, prosecutors wrote, was consistent with having fired casings recovered from 2 locations at the Brooklyn event shooting and with casings collected as evidence in a May shooting, also allegedly involving Brown. Now, Hannah says, Megan, that she intends to challenge the legality of the search warrant.
Shannon, does Hannah have a stance on what should happen at today's hearing?
Yeah, she does. She's actually speaking out against this motion, Megan, and she doesn't believe all 5 defendants should be tried together. Her reason for this is she says that there's a lot of evidence that's admissible against some defendants and not admissible against others. And she argues that people will be prejudiced if they're all tried together. But a judge will ultimately have the final say. Again, this hearing is set to start at 9 this morning. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan, Tom.
Everybody got to have the roads, you got to share the roads.
Outrage over bike lanes and the lack of research into the plans. Topping our next half hour, the actions Baltimore City Council could take today and the outrage coming from people living near the bike lanes.
Recent robberies at the Towson Town Center has residents and shoppers rethinking safety, while locals are saying they have had enough.
Well, our HD radar finally pretty quiet, taking a bit of a break from the rain. We do have more rain that we're tracking as our next weather maker rolls in. We'll talk about your temperatures and what they're doing for the weekend as well. 6:10 is your time right now as we take a look outside, show you what's going on here. We have some clouds that are hanging around, but we're starting the drying process. So overall, we get a break from the rain, albeit a little temporary. Temperatures, though, look at these statewide numbers. Most of us in the low to mid 50s across the old line states. So these are typically afternoon highs for this time of year. We're going to slide back into the low and even some mid 60s on your Thursday afternoon. That wind is going to pick up from the north at about 10 to 20 miles an hour. So we'll take a closer look at what we can expect later today, tomorrow, and for that rain that's coming in on Saturday. It's all coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. In your Session 2024 coverage, Maryland lawmakers are considering taxing you for packages that show up at your house to make up a multi-billion-dollar shortfall in the state's transportation budget.
Now, the bill would impose a 50-cent fee on most online purchases and home deliveries, including Amazon and the Postal Service. The fee would not apply to tangible personal property like food and medicines. The lawmakers are calling it a road impact fee and hope it would help cover a more than $3 billion shortfall in the funding for the state's transportation. Marylanders say these fees will be hurting working families and citizens.
It feels really, really small, but it shouldn't be overlooked, the effect that can have. And it feels strange that it's falling on the consumer and not the storefront.
I think the tax should be put on companies that initiate deliveries, who can do deliveries.
There's also concern for small businesses in low-income communities. But supporters say if the money is used wisely on transportation projects across the state, it may be worth it.
I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at the thousands who casted their ballots for the uncommitted or no preference option instead of President Biden.
And chaos breaks out at a bus stop in Philadelphia. A gunman shoots 8 teens. Still ahead this morning, the search now for the person responsible. It is 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In a city in crisis, police are investigating a deadly shooting along Loch Raven Boulevard. Police say a 29-year-old was killed after a suspect came into his house and shot him. Officials have not released any information on the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
In Philadelphia, police find a vehicle that matches the description of a car that was used in a mass shooting that left 8 teens injured. They're still searching for the suspects. Now, according to the city's police commissioner, the teens who were shot, ages range from 15 to 17. They were leaving a school and getting on a SEPTA bus. One is in critical condition this morning. Authorities say the students were waiting for their bus when a vehicle pulled up. 3 people jumped from the car, opened fire, shooting about 30 rounds. Details about the suspects and a motive remain unclear.
In your election 2024 coverage, as President Joe Biden prepares for his State of the Union speech today, Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill are getting out ahead of him, declaring the state of things is not great. While they agree there, they disagree on why that's the case.
It doesn't matter what political party you're in, where you lean on the political spectrum. You look at objective facts and you know this country is not in good shape because of its leadership in the White House.
The months of crisis, chaos, and confusion are a direct result and a wholesale takeover of the Republican Party by Donald Trump and MAGA extremists.
For Biden, the stakes are high. He's dealing with polling showing him behind former President Trump in this year's election. Biden and his party are also wrestling with how to avoid a government shutdown, while at the same time getting more funding for Ukraine out the door.
In the meantime, thousands have cast their ballots for the uncommitted or no preference option in the Democratic primaries.
This as activists protest the Biden administration's handling of Gaza.
National correspondent Janae Bowens looks into how this impacts the presidential race.
Saba Saad is one of the more than 100,000 people who voted uncommitted during Michigan's Democratic presidential primary.
If you want to be able to keep your job, listen to the young people who are telling you, we're not scared of throwing this whole election away.
She says she's showing the Biden administration how they have failed the people in Gaza.
Stop the 24/7 bombing of innocent civilians and the hostages that are residing in Gaza, too.
Thousands of others voted like Saba, too. In Minnesota, 18% of voters chose uncommitted over the president, and more than 12% in North Carolina chose no preference.
Uncommitted voters may have been voting against Biden or for uncommitted because they think he's too old, or there's something else they don't like about him.
Government professor Dr. Stephen Medvick of Franklin and Marshall College says former President Barack Obama ran into this issue too, but he thinks Gaza is something that President Biden has to pay attention to.
I don't think they'll do much of is tailor policies just to make sure they satisfy a certain part of the base. They'll make the policy based on what they think is the best policy for the country, and then have to make the argument to the voters for why it's the best policy.
But voters like Saba are not sold on what she calls the Biden campaign's lesser of two evils message, and she wants to see different Gaza policies.
I'm going to be watching what they do first because they have to earn my vote.
Saba says she would never vote for former President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Trump has his work cut out for him, too, getting back those Republican and independent voters who are backing Nikki Haley. Biden and Trump have less than 250 days to make their cases. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
6:18, and it is time now for a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to let us know about his Weather Authority forecast.
Well, it's National Cereal Day, guys. I need to know your top 3 cereals because we all go through different phases, right? So do you have a top cereal that you love?
Kashi, the Kashi one, brand.
Really?
I like Special K, Chex, and Cookie Crisp.
Okay.
Cookie Crisp.
All right.
Yeah.
Fruit Loops, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Frosted Mini Wheats. And no particular order in that either.
Wait a minute. Morning Summit from Costco.
Oh, that's
Wow.
good too.
Man, that sounds like an old man. All right. Our Mile One Auto Group, good morning to you. Our Towson Cam looking good. Don't forget your chicken soup, buddy. There's our cloud cover that is out there right now. Our temperatures are very mild. This is that area of low pressure that brought us the rain yesterday and shifted off to the north and the east. So that's where they're seeing some of the rain up toward New York City and up toward Boston. But we're all dry here up and down the 95 corridor, at least in the mid-Atlantic. Let's track our next weather maker. A couple of days of dry conditions, but But then Friday night into Saturday morning, that's when we'll get another round of rain. And more of that rain is rolling in, especially early Saturday morning. Look at the yellows right there. That's an indication of some moderate rain that'll be with us through the morning, and then off and on showers through Saturday afternoon, even into early Sunday morning before we start drying out. We've seen a bunch of rain so far this month. In fact, almost 2 inches so far in the month of March. And we're just at March 7th. And look at this. We're going to probably add at least another 3/4 to possibly an inch of rain on top of that very saturated ground. So great for the growing that's going to be happening, especially when next week we start drying out and warming up. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, they will not need the umbrella today or tomorrow with drier conditions this afternoon. 50s this morning, maybe just a light jacket, but low to mid 60s as we get up and about for the afternoon. Hank the Bird, good morning. Cereal. Oh, yeah. See, he's excited for cereal, too. Although he gets little grubs and worms. That's like his cereal for the morning time. But Hank likes to eat good. He eats well. Low to mid 60s here across central Maryland. Those numbers some 10 to even 15 degrees warmer than where we typically are this time of year. And even though we cool down a bit tomorrow and into the weekend, notice those numbers drop to the mid to upper 50s. Not real bad for the second weekend of March, because look at that nice warm up next week. We're talking mid to upper 60s. Shout out to Tom Black in Sparks, Maryland. Look at Dina and Maddie right there. Those doggies like riding in the car on a nice sunny afternoon. And Tom should get a little bit more sunshine later today for those doggies. I want to see those Orioles pet pics. We're just 3 weeks from opening day, so show me those pet pics of your pets dressed up in O's gear, please. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, time change weekend. Don't forget, spring forward Saturday night. Sunday morning will be weird for a couple of days, and then next week you can see the windy and cooler conditions Monday, but drier and warmer toward the middle of next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take you live to the roads with our Len Stoller mobile track here. This is 95 southbound. We are heading towards Rosedale on board here, and those roads looking drier by the minute out there, starting to see some daylight approaching possibly soon here. Pretty good looking shot right here. No issues to report. Let's get a check now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511, Camden 845, and Penn 502, all operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains, MARC, look good for travel. Light rail had some earlier delay activity, but that's back on time in both directions. No delays or issues there now, but Metro Subway has a 15-minute delay due to mechanical issues. Allow time in your travels on Metro. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Baltimore homeowner no longer flushing his cash into his home destroyed by a wastewater sinkhole. Why the city is moving forward with a settlement after initially rejecting responsibility.
Plus, Project Baltimore finds video from one city council showing students trapped inside with the fire alarm sounding. What the principal is accused of doing that puts safety at risk.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, topping your entertainment news this Thursday morning, actress Lindsay Lohan's infant has two surprising godparents.
They are none other than NBA star Steph Curry and his wife. In an interview on The Tonight Show earlier this week, Lohan explained that she and her husband met the Currys through a mutual friend. Lohan says that she and Aisha, his wife, hit it off right away, and they've been good friends ever since.
Well, now that it is award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing our Hollywood trivia. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. Get the question right, you can win the daily prize of a $100 prize.
Well, the daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win the weekly $5,000 drawing. Again, all you have to do, you scan that QR code on your screen to get the Hollywood trivia question of the day. Lisa Gahan won Wednesday's trivia. Congrats.
We're drying out this morning with the rain moving out of our area. Look at that. It's up near Maine and the Northeast. Sun is now moving in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance of showers and if that will impact any of your weekend plans.
And do you want a chance to see the most entertaining basketball team around? In our next half hour, it is your chance to win free tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters. And remember, you can watch Fox 45 News for free now anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. It is 6:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. It is Thursday, Friday Eve, March 7th. I'm Megan.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, taking a look at the forecast as we're heading closer and closer to the weekend.
Yeah, Friday Eve. I love it, guys. Back to the temperatures that are mild again, and also the fact that we're taking a break from the rain. So we do have those clouds hanging around, and those roads may still be a little bit wet. Haven't seen nearly as much fog as we did yesterday, so that's a good thing. As we look at our weather story, rain taking a break for now. Temperatures do stay above average, but we are tracking another weather maker just as we head into the weekend. So hold off on the car wash until at least Sunday. On your morning drive, if you're out there on your cars, your trucks, your bikes, temperatures in the 50s for the next couple of hours, and we do stay dry. We'll top out today in the low to mid 60s, and even tomorrow in the lower 60s. Tomorrow should be a very nice afternoon. Look at Saturday, upper 50s, but that rain is coming right back. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk more about the rainy weekend ahead coming up in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network and taking a live look around the Baltimore region and some of the areas, some of the cameras showing roads are wide open, no issues. You still see that sheen on the streets, and that's because of the rain that's still trying to dry out that happened earlier, but the roads are still a little wet.
People living near bike lanes are making sure their voices are heard when it comes to sharing the road, and the Baltimore City Council is set to listen today.
Well, they plan to hold a hearing that is happening later today. In fact, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a bike lane backlash. Olivia.
Megan and Tom, the hearing on bike lanes is happening at 4 this afternoon, and it comes after residents have spoken out against the bike lanes, saying that they're causing safety concerns. An example of that is when the owner of Fringe Salon right here says that a car came barreling into the side of her salon. You can actually still see some of the damage to the side of the building here, even though this happened months ago. When the city redesigned the road here last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and then moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon here. Making turns, she said, had suddenly become a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street isn't a safe street for those on the road or near the road, and she's an avid cyclist herself. On the other hand, though, Bethan McGarry, who's another resident who utilizes the city bike lanes, says that drivers are to blame and says that bike lanes will force drivers to slow down.
Drivers are being reckless on these turns in these roads, and that incident was purely the fault of a driver. Like, if you really look at what the cause was, it was someone behind a wheel who was not being cautious.
I do want to show you the city added these barriers to the side of the salon here in order to protect it. And also at the city council hearing today, city council members are just hoping to get a better understanding of the problems posed by these complete streets. Of course, you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with the issue for months. In fact, in December on Harford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road down to 2 lanes to try and accommodate new bike lanes. But residents say they have seen traffic lined up for blocks, with the bike lanes hardly getting any use.
Last September in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of the westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway were cut down to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that cannot accommodate them.
6:34 and developing this morning, the Baltimore County Police Department now investigating 2 robberies that happened right at the Towson Town Center.
The suspects walked right back out of Macy's through the same door about 2 minutes after they entered.
Well, the most recent robbery happening Monday afternoon, the armed robbery involving 2 suspects inside the Macy's store. Then on Friday, someone was robbed in the parking garage of the Towson Town Center.
My reaction is to stay away, avoid it at all costs until they can figure out what's going on. We are moving.
We are moving. It's getting really crazy around here with all these crimes.
No arrests have been made in these 2 robberies. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Baltimore County Police.
President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address at the Capitol tonight. Coming up from our live center, how former President Trump is trying to steal the spotlight.
Plus, court documents reveal what some of the suspects in the Brooklyn day mass shooting were doing as shots rang out. Still ahead this morning, the big decision a judge could make ahead of a trial.
And taking some live looks now from Towson on the right and the Inner Harbor on the left. Well, temperatures are staying above average with drier conditions for now.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for showers and when it makes its way to your area. It is 6:35 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Well, hello, halo. This 22-degree ring of light around the sun spotted recently over El Paso. Halos need thin cirrus clouds to form. They also need light from the sun or moon to refract off ice crystals in those clouds. And any day is a good one for catch. For Canyon the Chocolate Lab, it's extra fun when there's a bunch of snow to work with.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.39, we're just 21 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Friday Eve ahead of daylight saving time weekend. That's what happens this Sunday morning at 2 o'clock. Our Towson camera, lots of cloud cover out there, not as much fog as yesterday, so that's good. And our temperatures are very mild. Look at these numbers, low to mid 50s as you step out. Maybe just a light jacket for you and the kids, but you will not need it later today. But definitely have the sunglasses. Even if it's cloudy now, we will have some more sunshine throughout the later part of the afternoon. Put the umbrella away for today and tomorrow, but we'll need it again for part of the weekend. We'll talk more about that in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Well, President Joe Biden will be delivering his State of the Union address tonight. And according to White House aides, this year's address aims to lay out his agenda that he can quickly take out on the campaign trail.
Let's get to Shannon Lilly in our live center with a preview of what we can expect. Shannon,
Well, we're starting, guys, with a live look over the Capitol, and this is where that address will happen tonight. In it, President Biden is expected to hit key issues for voters, which we'll get to in just a second. But first, his only political challenger left standing, former President Trump, is attempting to steal the spotlight. Take a look at this. Trump posting on Truth Social overnight that he's holding a play-by-play at the same time as the address, saying in part that he will, quote, correct in rapid response any and all inaccurate statements, especially pertaining to the border and his weaponization of the DOJ, FBI, AGs, and district attorneys. Now, the speech gives President Biden what will likely be his largest televised audience before this summer's Democratic convention. The border crisis, the economy, high health costs, and abortion rights are just a few of the topics that he is expected to hit. And this comes at a pivotal moment for him. His average approval rating is just 38.1%, one of the lowest points of his presidency. And many swing voters who supported him in 2020 now appear to be leaning toward former President Donald Trump, who leads in early polls of the November general election. And 73% of registered voters in a recent New York Times Siena College poll thought he was too old to be an effective president. His address tonight aims to expel all of those doubts. It is scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Eastern. The GOP's response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt right after that. That is the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. A jury finds the suspect in the murders of Justin Johnson and Officer Kiana Hawley guilty on all but one count. Still ahead this morning, the one count the jury decided not to convict him on.
And a new proposal out of Annapolis wants to tack on a 50-cent fee to packages delivered to your door. We break down why some residents are pushing back. 6:41 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In your morning rush, a push for transparency now coming from the Baltimore City Council. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live with the questions Fox 45 News hopes to get answered about a program that we've been researching for years. Olivia.
Well, Megan, that hearing is scheduled to start at 5 this evening at City Hall, and there's going to be a lot of attention around this meeting, especially since there's so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works. Councilman Isaac Schleifer is chairing the hearing tonight, and he says that Monzi needs to be more transparent. So some of the questions that he wants Monzi to answer include: who are the Safe Streets workers? How are they hired? And also, are they vetted? And he says that if these questions don't get answered, then this won't be the last hearing they have, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll take a closer look at Safe Streets' lack of transparency in the past. Back to you.
Olivia, today a judge is set to decide whether the 5 suspects accused in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. This as we are getting new details in the case. Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio. And Shannon, what are we learning?
Well, we're learning quite a bit, Tom, and it's all coming from court documents that we obtained that are part of the motion for today's hearing. In fact, the documents are laying out the clearest account yet of the allegations against the accused, including 18-year-old Tristan Jackson and 19-year-old Aaron Brown, who are both facing several charges, including attempted first and second degree murder. Now, among the new details, prosecutors writing, when questioned by detectives, Brown stated he was at the block party, admitted to firing a handgun into the roadway at approximately 3 individuals who were standing in the parking lot shooting at him. Now, Brown stated that he was shot in the hand while firing his weapon, and there is also information potentially linking Brown to another crime. So coming up in 15 minutes, I'll have more on that. We'll hear from his lawyer and why she argues that all 5 defendants should not be tried together. Tom, Megan?
Thank you, Shannon. 6:46, and a Baltimore homeowner who lost his house during a sinkhole in 2022 is finally getting some compensation from the city.
That sinkhole along North Avenue was caused by the collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain. The infrastructure failure actually led to that back and forth over who was responsible. The city initially claimed no liability since they weren't given notice of a problem. But a FOX45 News investigation found the city failed to inspect that storm drain for 23 years when inspections are supposed to happen every 3 years.
All this pain and suffering that me and my neighbors doing, they should pay us whatever our house worth and plus more. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Yeah, it's Quentin Bell you just heard, and he will receive a $250,000 settlement from the initial offer that was offered $90,000 last December.
All right, 6:47 here on a Friday Eve. Let's get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's excited to be here on a Thursday as we're getting inching closer to the weekend.
Question is oatmeal cereal?
Yes.
You say yes. It doesn't stand on its own.
Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Cereal. Yeah. It's warm cereal.
Okay. Because I think like apple fritter.
I'm saying it confidently, but I'm not sure.
Well, because apple fritter's not a donut. So, you go to the donut shop, you get an apple fritter, it's Danish. So, good morning to all. Trust me, I know. Good morning to all of you on National Cereal Day. We hope you're enjoying some cereal with us. And we're talking about a lot of cloud cover that's hanging around, but the fog and the rain done for now. It's a temporary ... the ellipses, right? Our HD radar, that area of low pressure moving up to the northeast sector of the U.S. So up the coast, and we're dry here back behind that. Now, what's going on is we're going to have at least 2 days of dry conditions, and then Friday night into Saturday morning, more cloud cover rolling in. This is going to be Saturday. It is going to be wet. We have another weather maker that's going to bring more rain to the region most of Saturday morning into Saturday afternoon as well, even through Saturday night. So pretty much all day Saturday, just know it's going to be a rainy day. And then Sunday does get a bit drier, maybe even some upslope snow showers in some of the mountain locations. For us, the wind will pick up, but most of us will be drier and a little bit cooler. The additional rainfall from what we've already seen, almost 3/4 of an inch and possibly close to an inch of rain, and additional rain that's coming in from that next weather maker. Enjoy some coffee, breakfast, cereal, flapjacks, whatever you'd like this morning. Numbers in the 50s for the next couple of hours. Sun's already up. We'll see the sun a little bit later today, and that will help to get our temperatures back to the low and mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Overall, a nice spring-like day here as we look down to Howard and Arundel counties, low to mid 60s for you as well. And our temperature tracker, we're still in the 60s tomorrow, and even though we're a little bit cooler into this upcoming weekend, we're trending up. In fact, next week, we've got most of the Midwest and the Northeast Mid-Atlantic, all in the above average category. That's from the Climate Prediction Center. So we're definitely trending upwards with those numbers. Shout out to Tara from Cross Keys in Baltimore County. Look at, or that's Tara the dog. Tammy sent the picture in. I don't think Tara sent the picture in, but Tammy, thank you very much. Look at sweet Tara there in Cross Keys. I love the little pink flowers and the pink tongue as well. That's a spring dog if I've ever seen one. So we'd love to get your pet pics. And remember, we want Orioles pet pics. Dress them up in the O's colors and get ready for opening day 3 weeks from today, my friends. Time change weekend is this weekend, so don't forget to spring forward Saturday night before you go to bed. And then we'll be windy and cooler Monday. But again, after Monday, we've got a nice warmer trend headed our way. Meg?
All right, Justin, sounds good. Thank you. Let's look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. This is that shot we've been watching this morning. Towson, Lock-Raven Boulevard here. Everyone moving fine here this morning. Starting to see some volume picking up. Incident, though, on 695 is still there, but not causing any issues. Here's a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track on 695. This is the outer loop heading towards Catonsville. Looking pretty good there as well. Again, some more cars out there here at this hour, but we're moving very nicely.
Well, in your Sports Unlimited news, Big Ten tournament play begins today for Maryland women. The 8-seed Terps will be facing 9-seed Illinois this afternoon at 12:30 in the second round. Winner of that game will then face off against 1-seed Ohio State.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Now is the time to call in for your chance to see the Harlem Globetrotters for free. Call now at 410-469-8308. And the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters on March 24th at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena at 5 p.m. The total value of this prize, by the way, $152. If you don't win today, try again tomorrow morning.
Well, tomorrow is International Women's Day, and we're keeping it local to Baltimore. Coming up, Mark Clark will be live at a local women-owned boutique with all their products celebrating women's history.
And season 11 of The Masked Singer starts off with a bang.
Yeah, coming up, we'll review the Emmy Award-nominated comedian who just was eliminated from The Masked Singer.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's a little warning for all of you. All right, well, we got to start this Thursday off with a bang somehow.
We do. In fact, caffeine is the perfect legal bang.
Let's take a coffee break.
6:55, and we are taking a live look over the nation's capital, where tonight President Joe Biden will be delivering his State of the Union address. The president is expected to use the address to promote his goals for a second term and to ease concerns about his age.
The White House says the president's speech will be a, quote, continuation of conversations with the American people. This speech comes ahead of a rematch with former President Donald Trump in this year's presidential election.
You can watch President Biden's State of the Union address tonight at 9 o'clock right here on Fox 45. And stick around for our Fox 45 News at 10.
In a city in crisis now, police are investigating a deadly shooting. This was along Loch Raven Boulevard there. As you take a look at the map, police say a 29-year-old was killed after a suspect came into his house and shot him there. Officials have not released any information on the suspect, but anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. An update for you now this morning. 34-year-old Elliot Knox has been found guilty in the murders of Baltimore police officer Kiana Hawley and Justin Johnson.
The jury delivers its verdict, convicting him on 8 of the 9 criminal counts. The jury found Knox not guilty of use of a firearm during the course of the violent crime in Officer Hawley's case. Well, the families of both victims say their fight for justice is not finished.
No one wakes up in the morning and says, let me go and kill a police officer. No one wakes up in the morning and says, well, after we kill this police officer, let's go across town and take someone's son. No one wakes up in the morning and thinks those things. Someone sent them to do it. And I'm going to say right here and right now, I'm coming for you.
I'm glad for the actual verdict, but I would wish there was another way of penalizing these guys, because Justin and Officer Hawley's gone. And the thing is, the taxpayers got to foot the bill for the rest of these guys' life. And I wish there was another way that we could penalize them.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott, Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates all expressing their gratitude to the jury, saying their hearts remain with the victims' families. You can find their complete statements online at foxbaltimore.com. Well, today, a judge could decide whether a 15-year-old accused of attempted murder will be tried as an adult. Our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. was in court yesterday as the hearing for Caden Holland, known by the street name Baby K, wrapped up. He is accused of trying to shoot another teen on a Prince George's County school bus.
The teen's defense attorney says the stakes are high when it comes to punishment. If handled as a juvenile, Holland will be put in a treatment program and could be released at 21 years of age. But if tried as an adult, he could be sentenced to life in prison. We'll continue following this story as it develops. Maryland lawmakers, they're considering taxing you for packages that show up at your house to make up a multi-billion-dollar shortfall in the state's transportation budget.
That bill would impose a 50-cent fee on most online purchases and home deliveries, including Amazon and the Postal Service. That fee would not apply to tangible personal property like food and medicine, though. Lawmakers are calling it a road impact fee, and they hope it would help cover a more than $3 billion shortfall in funding the state's transportation. Marylanders say those fees will hurt working families and citizens, though.
It feels really, really small, but it shouldn't be overlooked, the effect that that can have. And it feels strange that it's falling on the consumer and not the storefront.
I think the tax should be put on companies that initiate deliveries, who can do deliveries.
There's also concern for small businesses and low-income communities, but supporters say if the money is used wisely on transportation projects across the state, it may be worth it.
The public's paying for it. It's tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars going towards this function.
Safe Streets program getting put under a microscope. The unanswered questions Baltimore City leaders hope to get for a hearing. It's set for today.
And 5 suspects all being charged as adults, but will they be tried together? We are looking at what comes next for those accused in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and we're learning more about the moments when the shots were fired.
Our temperatures are mild this morning. Still some clouds hanging around, but we're taking a break from the rain for now. We'll talk about when that rain comes right back.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Yes, 7 o'clock on this Thursday morning, March 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and we need to see how we're shaping up on a Friday Eve.
Yeah, that's right. As you're heading down to the bus stop, do you need to grab the umbrella? Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast on this Friday Eve, as Megan was just saying.
We're just rolling along, guys. When you guys talked about the Big Ten tournament and the fact that, you know, March Madness, we're going to start having those brackets out here in the next couple of weeks, and temperatures are going to be more March-like here, at least over the next couple of days. In fact, it's very mild right now. No need for the umbrella this morning. The cloud cover's there, but that sun is eventually going to break through some of those clouds onto the other side. Low to mid 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 54. Same number for you. Brooklyn Park, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, Dundalk, Essex, Joppatown seems to be the good number there at 54. That was a good club in the 70s in New York. Rain's taking a break. Temperatures staying above average, but we are tracking more rain for the weekend. So enjoy the dry spell that we'll have. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temps staying in the 50s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We're looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here. This is a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street this morning. Things are moving fine there, but we are seeing some incidents here this morning. Just to make you aware of one of them, there's an incident on 95 North past exit 67. This is White Marsh Boulevard. We're seeing some heavy delays through that stretch. We'll try to get a live camera for you here momentarily.
This morning, we are following three big stories. Months without meeting, Fox 45 is learning of an organization focused on reducing Baltimore's crime issues, and it has gone quiet while crime in the city has continued. Meantime, a judge is set to decide whether the 5 Brooklyn Day mass shooting suspects, including 3 juveniles, will be all tried together. And Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on Safe Streets to hopefully answer the same questions Fox 45 News has been asking for years now about its hiring practices. This morning, we have live team coverage, starting with Olivia Dance on what we could learn today about Safe Streets. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, that hearing is scheduled to start at 5 this evening at City Hall, and there's going to be a lot of attention around this meeting, especially since there's so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted? Previous director has stonewalled the city council with even the most basic questions, the most basic operational questions, refused to answer them. And so now there's a new director, and hopefully this new director is transparent.
You just heard Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer, who's chairing the hearing tonight, rattling off some questions that he's hoping to get answered. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is now led by Stephanie Mavronis. Last July, following Baltimore's worst mass shooting in history, council members grilled Mavronis about Safe Streets workers being at the Brooklyn Day party, mediating conflicts just hours before gunfire erupted, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. Councilman Schleifer says that MONSE needs to be upfront about who is hired to serve as violence interrupters, since in the past MONSE has refused to provide the names of the Safe Streets workers. But to be hired in the first place, violence interrupters, according to MONSE, have to be credible messengers in their communities. Safe Streets sites are required by contract to hold community events monthly. And Councilman Schleifer, though, is demanding answers, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars.
If we're not getting answers and we don't know where the money is going, then we certainly aren't going to continue the current level of funding.
Councilman Schleifer says he also plans to ask about the mediation process, and we've asked for a definition of a mediation and also how Safe Streets workers track these interactions, but so far, no luck. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Continuing our coverage this morning, today we could learn if the 5 suspects in the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. Now, all the accused, including 3 juveniles, are charged as adults.
2 people were killed, 28 others injured in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and we are learning more about the chaotic moments as shots were fired last July. Prosecutors filing a motion in October asking a judge to try the 5 defendants together for charges related to the mass shooting. And we are expecting to hear that decision today.
Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio this morning with the new details surrounding what happened the night of the shooting and a preview of what we can expect to happen in court today. Shannon?
Well, the hearing, Tom and Megan, on the joint trial motion, it is set to start this morning at 9 at Courthouse East. And part of the motion for this hearing is what's unlocking a closer look at the case. In fact, these documents here were just obtained by FOX45 and filed by prosecutors Friday. In them, prosecutors are laying out the clearest account yet of the allegations against the accused, including 18-year-old Tristan Jackson and 19-year-old Aaron Brown, who are both facing several charges, including attempted first and second-degree murder. Now, among new details, prosecutors writing, when questioned by detectives, Brown stated he was at the block party, admitted to firing a handgun into the roadway at approximately 3 individuals who were standing in the parking lot shooting at him. Brown stated that he was shot in the hand while firing his weapon, and his attorney, Roya Hanna, is weighing in on that.
Well, we know that he was shot in the hand because he went to the hospital that night. He received treatment for that. He was one of the victims that night. As for the rest of it, we'll have to see if the state is able to produce that evidence.
Now, according to prosecutors' filing, police searched Brown's home after they arrested him and found a Glock handgun loaded with an extended magazine. That gun, prosecutors wrote, was consistent with having fired casings recovered from 2 locations at the Brooklyn event shooting and with casings collected as evidence in a May shooting also allegedly involving Brown. Now, we know that Hannah says that she intends to challenge the legality of that search warrant, Tom, so we'll just have to see what comes out of that.
All right, Shannon, what else is defense attorney Hannah have to say about what she wants to happen in today's hearing?
Well, she's speaking out against this motion, Tom, and she doesn't believe that all 5 defendants should be tried together. Her reason for that, she says, there's a lot of evidence that's admissible against some of the defendants and not admissible against others. So she argues that people will be prejudiced if they're all tried together. But a judge will ultimately have the final say here. Again, this hearing is set to start at 9 this morning. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. 18-year-old Tristan Jackson was under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. Police say GPS coordinates from his ankle monitor place him at the scene on July 2nd.
Well, earlier this year, a judge denied a request to have Jackson transferred to a juvenile facility and to keep his records sealed. The defense argues open records would put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say that should not be the court's responsibility. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan says transparency is the most important aspect of this case.
It would prevent the people in those communities from feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
The victims' families are suing the city and the state for more than $150 million after Baltimore Police Department Commissioner Richard Worley admitted police made mistakes in their response to the shooting.
Fox 45 News will follow the legal developments surrounding this investigation. Stay with us on air and online at foxbaltimore.com for any updates in the case.
Well, Fox 45 News has learned that an organization focused on reducing Baltimore's crime issues has gone dormant for the past 5 months.
The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is designed to identify public safety shortfalls all across Baltimore. But there are questions about how critical the council has become. Since 2021, the council has met bi-monthly at City Hall, but lately it hasn't met at all. Those who once held a seat at the table say that is troubling because they saw the council an effective method of combating crime.
I found it to be very effective. The room was filled with people, but it was like everybody was at the table that needed to be there. I think maybe the new administration didn't have a clear understanding what the real purpose of the coordinating council was.
Well, in the 5 months since the council last met, 76 people have died on the streets of Baltimore. Fox 45 did reach out to the mayor's office asking for an explanation, but so far no one has provided one.
7:09 is the time on this Thursday morning. We need to find out, are we going to get wet later on this afternoon?
Let's see. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at our forecast.
Well, we get a couple of days of dry weather, and that's going to be nice to kind of dry out a little bit. It's always good to get the rain, especially when we're getting closer to growing season. More of those green things are coming up out of the ground. Definitely seeing that for sure. Looking outside right now, we finally have a little bit of sun. It's breaking through some of that cloud cover, so nice to see after our overcast and foggy day yesterday. Temps Temps are mild. We're in the low to mid 50s here across the region. 52 for you, Owens Mills and Eldersburg. We're at 51 in Ellicott City there for you in Howard County, 51 in Bel Air in Harford County. A lot of us about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. So just a light jacket for you and the kids as you head out here, and definitely have those sunglasses ready to go. Umbrella can dry out for a couple of days in the garage before you put it back in the car, because you will need it on Saturday. And we'll take a closer look at that next weather maker in just a few minutes from right now.
That sounds good. Thank you, Justin. Happening this morning, a team up to tackle student hunger. This week, the American Dairy Association Northeast, along with anti-hunger organizations, Baltimore City Public Schools, and the Baltimore Ravens, they are all joining together as part of National School Breakfast Week. In just under an hour from now, the groups will help serve breakfast to students at Belmont Elementary. According to Feeding America, 1 in 8 children in Maryland face hunger, and school meals, especially breakfast, can act as a solution to feeding more students.
Well, the American Heart Association is challenging Maryland lawmakers to learn hands-only CPR. Well, Heart Association staff and volunteers will be meeting lawmakers while they're on their way into the State House at 9 o'clock this morning to take a minute to practice the life-saving skills. The organization is advocating for the passage of bills in the House and the Senate that would require every school in Maryland, public or private, to create a cardiac emergency response plan. At 11 Howard County, Howard County will be celebrating the grand opening of the new East Columbia 50+ Center.
This comes almost a decade after the county's 2015 master plan identified that center as a top priority project. In a statement, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball saying in part, quote, that the facility celebrates his county's commitment to providing the best services and facilities to its residents.
Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. The state is set for the State of the Union, what taxpayers should keep an eye out for and an ear for when it comes to Biden's administration and his economic goals.
All exit doors should be freely operable with no hindrances whatsoever.
Locked inside with nowhere to go, Project Baltimore investigates why one Baltimore school padlocked emergency exits and the dangerous consequences it could have had.
Remember, whether you are looking for a forecast or just some late-breaking news, you can find it all on Fox 45 News for free anytime, Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are taking a live look over our nation's capital this morning, where tonight President Joe Biden will be delivering his State of the Union address. The president expected to speak about an improving economy and funding the war in Ukraine. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance joining us with his thoughts on the speech and what you, the taxpayer, should be listening for. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom. And this is political theater, let's be honest, right? And this is going to be a 2-hour-long campaign speech. And you mentioned the economy. He's going to be taking a lot of credit for the economy. We have 3% inflation. Now, if you look at the real numbers, the past 3 years, inflation is actually about 18%. Wages are only up 12%. So there's a huge gap in there. And we're talking about, groceries being up 21%. And that's what people really feel, isn't it? When you go to the store, when you go to the gas pump, people are like, something, inflation is down, but I'm still paying a lot more for all these goods and services. So I think there's going to be a bit of a disconnect saying the economy is doing that much better.
Yeah, and as you said, the wages, too, also down from 4 years ago, 2.4%. So when you start talking about he brings up Bidenomics. I mean, we've seen that kind of pushed once the campaign was started kind of getting into its infancy, where he was saying, OK, Bidenomics is the way. Any other fiscal, fiscal thoughts that he's going to bring up tonight?
Yeah, for sure. Whenever he says the word investment, that means spending. So we're going to hear green energy investments, maybe broadband investments. That means more spending, more taxpayer spending. What we won't hear, Tom, is the $34 trillion debt. We're not going to hear about $2 trillion in deficit spending because he doesn't want to talk about that. And then, of course, Medicare and Social Security are going bankrupt. We're talking about in the next 10 years, they're going to be out of money. Will he be bold enough and say, we have to do something about Medicare and Social Security? No, he's not, Tom, because it's an election year and it's the third rail of politics, because this, again, is a campaign speech, and we'll see just what he talks about. And again, he's going to talk about spending a lot.
Well, is there a fiscally responsible way to fund Ukraine? Because Americans are feeling war fatigue with Gaza, Ukraine, Houthis. Now China is seemingly poking the bear in the Philippines.
There really is. And if we are going to fund Ukraine, have offsetting spending cuts. So if we send $10 billion to Ukraine, then there has to be $10 billion at least in spending cuts that go along with that, and also have oversight of the money. Have an inspector general look at every nickel, where it goes to Ukraine. So we can have a debate about whether we should be spending money for Ukraine, but if we do it in a fiscally responsible manner and have offsetting spending cuts. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the southern border, too, and sending some money there.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of, quote, priorities that he's going to talk about for the next year, and his priority is getting reelected. So again, and the word investment is spending, and priorities is his priority to get reelected.
David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Time now, 7:18, and we need to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been talking about cereal today as the rain has now moved out a little while. And you had a great question earlier about oatmeal, and is it cereal? I think it's maybe the OG of cereal, right?
Yeah.
You think it's the original cereal. Yeah. Okay, that's not a bad point, because, think about what they did back to cavemen, right? The oats and grains and stuff, and put it in a bowl. They're like, all right, somebody give me some milk. And then they poured it in there, and then all of a sudden we had Cookie Crisp. So it was like, it's a very fast, transition from oatmeal to cereal. It's National Cereal Day. We'd love to hear your favorite cereal as you enjoy breakfast with us here on this Thursday morning. Man, it is almost Friday, and taking a break from the rain. We have the cloud cover out there, kind of a nice start to your morning. That sun that is starting to break through, and those clouds eventually will start to move on. Now we have a little bit of a northwesterly wind at about 11 to 15 miles an hour, but check the temperature at 54 degrees. Remember, the average high this time of year for the afternoon is 51, so we're already past that number. That area of low pressure that brought us all the rain, it's moving on to the north and the east. So we're taking a break here, at least for a couple of days. It's a great song from Cheers. Taking a break in the world today means everything you got, right? Here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. Our numbers here in the mid-50s this hour, 60 by noontime, and low to mid-60s when you pick the kids up. They're probably going to be hanging out in shorts and a T-shirt. And golfers hitting the links today. If you do want to get out there, a little squishy on the greens and the fairways, but maybe a 1 1.5 club wind later this afternoon because we are going to see some of the breezy conditions, but mild temperatures. Check these numbers, low to mid 60s. Some of us close to 15 degrees above average for this time of year. We'll enjoy it not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor. 64 in the district today, 65 Richmond, even upper 50s for our friends in Philly, and mid 50s if you're heading down the ocean. Now it will be a little bit cooler as we head toward the weekend. Those numbers trend down a bit, but they stay in the above average category, and a big warm up is on the way next week with much drier air in place. So here's our future scan. Today looking good. Again, those clouds kind of hanging around, but moving out of here. We'll start dry tomorrow, and then tomorrow afternoon, we'll see more clouds rolling in. This is the next weather maker, and there is more rain that's going to roll in early Saturday morning. Going to stay with us most of the day Saturday into the afternoon as well, and even Saturday evening before we dry out on Sunday. Sunday is going to be breezy, and look at all the blue right there in parts of western PA and some of our mountains. We may get some snow in some of the higher elevations. Not for us, just that colder air that's going to be rolling in, and will be a bit more on the kind of blustery side for both Sunday and Monday. Shout out to Tammy H. That is Tara from Cross Keys in Baltimore County. I love the white doggy with the big pink tongue and all of those pink flowers. I've been seeing a lot of those trees that are starting to bloom. So looking good. You know what that means too? Allergies. I know. Debbie Downer. Womp womp. Either way, here's a look at our 7-day forecast. We are springing forward this weekend, friends. Don't forget about that time change Saturday night before you go to bed. I know a lot of your phones and devices do it for you anyway, but you know you got to change the one in the car, right, Meg? The one in the oven, the stove, the microwave. Yep. You know, that's when you change all those clocks.
Ours is our oven.
The oven, right?
Room.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Good reminders. Looking at our Lens Solar Traffic Network now, we are continuing to track a crash between White Marsh Boulevard and 695 at exit 64 on 95 southbound here. Some good news for drivers. The incident has been moved to the shoulder, which means that crews are now working to get the area cleared and cars are able to move through that stretch. So looking much better through that area now. Tomorrow is your last chance to win tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters. Be sure to watch Fox 45 all morning long. Wait for your cue to call in. The 10th caller will win 4 tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters March 24th at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena at 5 p.m. Good luck.
An exciting premiere for season 11 of The Masked Singer. We bring you the first major reveal that the new season had to offer.
And we're right across the street from Cross Street Market at Pandora's Box. We'll tell you what's inside Pandora's Box. We're actually opening Pandora's Box. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
She's been. Whew. It's a Thursday morning, and we are uplifting Baltimore's women-owned businesses during Women's History Month.
Mark Clark live at Pandora's Box Boutique in Fed Hill with how they got started in Baltimore and everything they have for March. A lot of merch there, Mark.
That's right, Manisha. This is Manisha's baby. We're opening Pandora's box. Yes. I love saying that. And again, Women's History Month. And guys, let me tell you something. I'm taking this one home. A Stanley Cup. What? So tell us about your business. Tell us about all of this. I love this. The Real Housewives of Fells Point. So many cute ideas. How did this happen?
Well, it happened 23 years ago.
What?
Yes. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. I'm from Baltimore. I'm from South Baltimore, so this was the best place that I thought that was walkable, had lots of customers, and needed a retail shop and some retail therapy in the middle of a community. And so here I've been here for 23 years. Pandora's Box is a memorable gift shop, gifts that make you laugh out loud.
These do make you laugh out loud. Some of the things we can't show on television. Watch it, Kenny. All the other things. Just again, you know how it is when you're looking for gifts and you want something that's creative, that's fun. I really have fallen in love with your space, and I love the fact that you've been doing it so long. But you look like you're like 26 years old.
I'll take that. Thank you.
We're at Pandora's Box this morning, guys. A lot of great ideas for gifts, birthdays, and anything you need. So we'll tell you about it coming up more.
Unique things there, Mark.
Yes. PG-13. Oh. Some of those items. All right. Well, if you'd like some more information about how you can help a woman-owned business today and hang out with Mark Clark, you can go over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Partly cloudy today, drier with highs in the 60s, but meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that next chance for showers. He's got a quick look at the weather after the break.
We have a lot more work to do when it comes to public safety.
Lawmakers inching closer to new juvenile crime laws. The point of difference, House delegates, state senators have to work through just to get it done. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Thursday, March 7th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Rain gone, at least for now. We'll find out when it comes back.
Mild weather here.
Yes. Meteorologist Justin Chambers there.
All right, I love it. Thanks, Tom. Megan, that was a rousing interpretation and introduction to me. Yeah, and by the way, we're talking about these temperatures that have been pretty mild, pretty much done with all of that really cold air. So we still have some, coolish days ahead, but right now looking good. And look at that sunshine that is starting to break through some of that cloud cover, some pockets of blue sky out there. I'm loving that. Rain is taking a break and temperatures will stay above average, but we are tracking another weather maker with more rain for the weekend. So your yard and gardening cats, you've already seen a lot of that green popping up and those trees are starting to bloom. So low to mid 60s for your highs. That's going to help with the growing today. Now we'll be a little cooler tomorrow, but plenty of sunshine. And then Saturday, the rain returns with numbers back into the upper 50s. We'll take a closer look at that rainfall and how much we're expecting coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see some of the issues that we're reporting about. There's red, and that means a slowdown. Looking at some of the areas across the Baltimore region here, backups on 695 right at Hartford Road, 895 southbound right now in the red areas. Also, 95 southbound Key Highway, we have a accident that's reporting it's causing some backups here, and that is, you can see that right in the median, right in the ramp. There's one, it says one vehicle, but it looks like there's at least 9 cars lined up behind where they're still working to try and address that issue. Other issue was 70 eastbound, and that's been cleared up. So some good news there if you're heading into Baltimore from Frederick.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Don't just sue them, Snyder them.
7:32, a Baltimore City school principal could be facing fines after Fox 45 News exposed emergency exits in the school were padlocked shut.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Pabst explains, video from inside the school shows a fire alarm sounding and students and staff unable to get out.
December 4th, 2023, 9:28 a.m. A fire alarm sounds at the Reach Partnership, a charter high school in Northeast Baltimore. This is video Fox 45 obtained from inside the school. You can hear the fire alarm going off, but students and staff cannot get out of the building because, as this picture shows, the emergency exit was padlocked shut. Eventually, an office employee arrives with a key to remove the padlock and let the students and staff exit the building.
All exit doors should be freely operable with no hindrances whatsoever.
Kevin Cartwright is with the Baltimore City Fire Department.
This can certainly create a life hazard issue for the students, teachers, and administrators.
But Project Baltimore has learned this is not the only door in the school that has been padlocked. The door in the video is located in stairwell A. But we can see in this picture that the door in stairwell B is also locked shut. Sources tell Project Baltimore these locks were installed on the exit doors in September of 2022, a year and a half ago. The 2 doors are located on the side of the school, facing Hartford Road. You can see from the outside the bolts used to secure the locks. Sources say they were installed to prevent people from entering the school with drugs or weapons.
Having those concerns for individuals walking into the school who don't belong in the school can pose a hazard and a threat to those students as well. However, they have to maintain compliance.
According to OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, no lock or fastening to prevent free escape from inside of any building shall be installed except in mental, penal, or corrective institutions where supervisory personnel is continually on duty. In other words, the locks on these doors are unlawful Cartwright says, pending an investigation, the school administrator could be fined by the state. Project Baltimore last week reached out to Baltimore City schools about the locks on the doors and the safety hazard they present. The district replied in a statement, "The safety of our students and staff is vital. The use of padlocks on doors is a safety violation, and the units at Reach have been removed."
Baltimore City Schools confirm a teacher has been suspended.
But padlocked exits are not the only problem at Reach.
It's a case you saw first on Fox.
Last month, Fox 45 reported that a math teacher at the school, Mustafa Pitts, was arrested and faces several charges, including second-degree rape, sex abuse of a minor, and assault. The alleged victim in the case is not a student, but a source at the school tells Project Baltimore that last year school officials did receive complaints that Pitts made inappropriate comments to students. City Schools has not confirmed the allegation of the inappropriate comments, but said in a statement that immediately after Pitts' arrest, he was placed on administrative leave from his position at the Reach Partnership School.
But as all this was happening, as doors in the school were being unlawfully padlocked and a teacher was arrested and charged with rape, the principal of the school was being honored. Last week, Reach's principal, James Gresham, was named a finalist for the Heart of the School Award, which honors Baltimore City's Principal of the Year.
In its statement to Project Baltimore, City Schools said it will install security cameras at the doors that were padlocked in an effort to secure doors at the school in a permissible manner to prevent unauthorized access. But remember, these doors were padlocked a year and a half ago, which Cartwright says adds to the problem because the locks were not removed until after a source contacted Project Baltimore.
That certainly, could raise some concerns, having them on for that duration of a time.
Project Baltimore will stay on this story, but in the meantime, we want to hear from you. Are you a parent at Reach or any other school where you feel there's a safety concern? Call our hotline, send me an email, find us on social media, or head to foxbaltimore.com to follow our progress. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Thank you, Chris. Well, the Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on the Safe Streets program. Still ahead in our next hour, a Baltimore mayoral candidate joins us live to weigh in on the issues of the city's violence intervention program.
President Biden expected to hit key issues tonight in his State of the Union address. Now, this speech can be a golden opportunity to try and turn the narrative with 8 months to go until Election Day.
And we are getting a break from the rain for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how our weekend forecast is shaping up. It's 7:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
740, we have some breaking news this morning that we are following out of Dundalk. You can take a look at the images here. Getting word a small fire broke out at Moe's Seafood right along Eastern Avenue. You can see all the fire apparatuses. The road was closed eastbound from North Point Boulevard to Asby Avenue. A viewer sending us these pictures of the scene this morning.
President Joe Biden will deliver his State of the Union address today. And according to White House aides, this year's address aims to lay out an agenda that he can quickly take out on the campaign trail.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center this morning with a preview of what we can expect. Shannon?
Yeah, so we're starting, guys, with a live look over the Capitol, and this is where that address will happen tonight. In it, President Biden is expected to hit key issues for voters, which we're going to get to in just a second. But first, his only political challenger left standing, former President Trump, is attempting to steal the spotlight. Take a look at this. Trump posting on Truth Social overnight that he's holding a play-by-play at the same time as the address, saying in part that he will, quote, correct in rapid response any and all inaccurate statements, especially pertaining to the border and his weaponization of the DOJ, FBI, AGs, and district attorneys. Now, the speech gives President Biden what will likely be his largest televised audience before this summer's Democratic convention. The border crisis, the economy, high health costs, and abortion rights are just a few of the topics that he is expected to hit. And this comes at a pivotal moment for him. His average approval rating is just 38.1%, one of the lowest points of his presidency. Many swing voters who supported him in 2020 now appear to be leaning toward former President Donald Trump, who leads in early polls of the November general election. And 73% of registered voters in a recent New York Times Siena College poll thought he was too old to be an effective president. Now, his address tonight aims to expel all those doubts. It is scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then the GOP's response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt just right after that. That is the latest from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. A big decision looming in the prosecution of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting suspects, what the judge could rule on later today.
The ongoing debate over the juvenile crime bill as lawmakers in Annapolis continue to build a final draft. The 2 points of contention keeping the chambers far apart. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
this time, we need to take it seriously. We need to make sure and hold accountable our law enforcement officers and make sure that they do what they are supposed to do righteously.
Again, this is a step, but it's certainly not a leap. We have a lot more work to do when it comes to public safety.
Right now, we are waiting to see what the final version of Maryland's new juvenile crime legislation will look like. This, of course, after the House and Senate each passed their own respective versions. And the biggest difference is how each chamber will handle kids between the ages of 10 and 12 years old that are accused of stealing a car. This morning, legal expert Yuripsi Morgan is joining us live to weigh in. Yuripsi, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Well, as we look at the differences between the two, the Senate says those young offenders would need court-ordered supervision. The House, on the other hand, says on their first offense, those kids will be automatically taken to a diversionary program instead of going through DJS. Is there a good compromise between the two?
Listen, there has to be a good compromise. And I think one of the glaring questions and one of the reasons that we have this kind of separation on what to do with these juvenile offenders when they're caught stealing a car is because we haven't really had great programs to put them into. So there's a lot of discussion about what these diversionary programs would even look like. They don't even exist in large part. And so it's not just about what happens to them apparently on the House side. It's building a structure for what they want to do with them as opposed to DJS.
They only have until April 8th, the end of the session, to come to an agreement here. Can they get this done?
They have to. This is one of those situations where, because of what residents have been dealing with over the last couple of years, and particularly these young people that are repeat offenders and then are finding themselves in even deeper trouble later down the road, they have to come to a compromise.
This bill would do, both bills, both of them allowing probation to be extended in some cases for young offenders and establishing a new commission for tracking juvenile crime. How important is that? Is that needed?
Listen, it's almost shocking. It is absolutely shocking that there isn't already more of a tracking system to understand where these kids go in and what ends up happening to them once they're in the system. The fact that we don't have a robust tracking system already is just mind-boggling. But in reality, that's something that absolutely has to happen. And the fact that there is such a short timeline, I mean, we've been at this, discussing this issue for more than a year. Legislators had 3 meetings last year to discuss this. It has to get done.
Yuripsi, and your legal expertise, you know, the tracking issue, it can be kind of confusing. We see so many people with ankle monitors on. If someone is wearing one of those, who's watching that? Is there someone designated to be reviewing and seeing where they're going?
You know, it really depends on the type of ankle monitor, which, you know, of course, you'd think that there's only one, but there are different types of aspects. Some have GPS, some don't have GPS. And oftentimes what we've seen is that even when they are being tracked, it's not being reported fast enough so that it may not even get reported for a few days after somebody has fallen off the radar or, you know, not where they're supposed to be. And that's a huge problem. So while we can talk about these diversionary programs versus DJS, I think one of the realities is that we first have to look at what we're proposing and whether or not those structures even exist.
That's interesting. And all of this, again, with the deadline of April 8th. Yuripsi, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
7:49 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. National Cereal Day posted on my Facebook page. And Beverly says cream of wheat, her favorite cereal. Meanwhile, Deborah says, I like all of them, but not all of them, but some of them. And I'm like, I think that's a good one because you kind of go through stages, I believe, in our lives where, you know, in the kids, when we're kids, we like some, and then we get to adults and we like different ones. So anyway, chime in on our Facebook page at Justin Chambers Fox Baltimore. If you'd like our live cam here in downtown Baltimore, we have some cloud cover out there, but we also have some sun, and we're going to see a little bit more of that sun as we head later into the day. Vastly different than yesterday with all of that fog, and we are just 3 weeks away, friends, from opening day at Camden Yards. I don't believe they sell cereal there, but either way, I can't wait for some Boog's barbecue and some peanuts and popcorn and Cracker Jacks. So looking forward to that. Now, our area of low pressure that brought us the rain, it's out of here, moving up to the north and the east. So we get a couple of dry days here, and then our nether weather makers rolling in. It's going to be our third one of the week. So Saturday early morning, you'll get some more cloud cover. And then by the time you wake up, I'd say 6, 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, More of that rain's going to be rolling in. The light to moderate rain will be more of that heavy rain through the middle of the day, and then continuing to see those showers through Saturday afternoon, even left over into Saturday evening. Drier and a bit blustier, kind of cooler for Sunday. Notice that blue right there to the west. So some of folks there in western Maryland and in parts of western PA may get some snow, some upslope snow with that next weather maker rolling through. But we're going to get all rain here, and we're going to get almost an inch on top of what we've already seen this month. We've had almost 2 inches in the month of March, and it's only March 7th. So we're going to add close to another inch area wide with the very soaked ground that we have out there. Again, good for the growing, but we're definitely going to need some of those drier days to let things kind of level out a bit. Mid-50s next hour, Brewers Hill. And if you're hanging out outside about noon today, I think you can get away with lunch outdoors. Still some clouds hanging around, but right about 60 degrees. It will be a bit breezy later this afternoon, so those low to mid-60s may feel a bit cooler than that. But overall, temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid-60s here for your highs. These numbers well above average for this time of year. Meanwhile, our numbers for you in Harford and Cecil counties also in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Aberdeen, APG, up into Perryman, right about 60 in Northeast and Elkton today. And our Eastern Shore friends got a lot of rain yesterday. Overall, drying out today with temps basically right there in the lower 60s. Let's check that 7-day forecast for you. Wait, what? This is the 10-day forecast. And the reason why is because we've got 7 out of the next 10 days, guys, that are going to be in the 60s. So a little cooler as we head into the weekend. But overall, we've got some nice 60s coming all the way through the middle of next week. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. This morning, we are following breaking news coming out of Dundalk, taking a live look now there. We're getting word a small fire broke out at Moe's Seafood, and this is right along Eastern Avenue. The road is closed eastbound from North Point Boulevard to Asby Avenue. Live look from the scene. Hopefully no one's injured. We're still waiting to get more details about what happened.
Wait, what are you, what the?
Oh, who's it going to be? The first of many Masked Singers revealed. Up next, what you missed if you didn't tune in for the season 11 premiere.
And still to come at our 8 o'clock hour, renewed focus on the Earth, where you can go with your children to find out some more information about climate change.
As we contemplate that, you might need a little energy to get started.
Yeah, something also from the Earth. Yeah, the coffee bean.
I like it. Let's take a coffee break. Trending now, last night we saw the season 11 premiere of The Masked Singer and the first elimination. So here's your spoiler alert.
Yeah, in fact, take a moment and walk away for about 30 seconds if you don't know yet. We're giving you a second to get out of the room or hit mute and look away because take a look. There's plenty more fun to come on this season of The Masked Singer, season 11. You can watch new episodes every Wednesday right here at 8 o'clock Wednesday nights on Fox 45. Fox 45 News have been demanding answers on safe streets for years. Today, the Baltimore City Council will have its chance to grill program leaders. Still ahead this morning, the questions that we still want answered.
Plus, this morning, Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon joining us live in studio as Election Day nears. We're going to get an update on her campaign. And we're also going to talk about the Safe Streets hearing happening today. It is 7:57. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This morning, we are following three big stories here at Fox 45.
Today, a hearing on safe streets scheduled at City Hall. Many hoping to get answers on the organization's hiring practices, which Fox 45 has been questioning now for years.
Also happening today, a hearing on bike lanes in the city, how the Baltimore City Council is working to find shared space when it comes to bike lanes.
Plus, Fox 45 exposes padlock emergency exits in a Baltimore City public school. Coming up in our next half hour, the fines a Baltimore City school principal could be facing as shocking video surfaces from inside that school. Well, this morning we are following breaking news coming out of Dundalk. We're getting word a small fire broke out at Moe's Seafood. In fact, are we able to listen in real quick right here and find out exactly what he's talking about and get some information?
They called for additional equipment. We had approximately 20 to 30 units on scene with about 80 personnel. They had heavy fire in the rear of the dwelling. We have apartments above the building, so they actually regrouped. They actually were able to rescue two occupants from the occupancy. Both, thankfully, are safe. No one got injured. No one was transported. They made an aggressive interior attack, put the fire out relatively quickly. Most of what you see or what you saw was them cleaning up, doing rehab, and salvage and overhaul, as we call it.
How many sort of fire engines?
So as stated, we had approximately 20 to 30 units here, give or take a few. We called for the first alarm. The first alarm was dispatched initially. Then we had what's called a working.
All right, getting some details on that fire that happened at Moe's Seafood here as it's wrapping up, they say. So good news, 2 people that were in the apartment above the restaurant are reportedly safe, no injuries. So that's some great news here. As there's some roads eastbound along the in Dundalk. There's some eastbound boulevard here and towards Asby Avenue. They are shut down, as you can see, because of the equipment.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Thursday morning, March 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how this Thursday is shaping up.
Yeah, so far we've got those mild temperatures staying with us, well above average, not the rain or the fog that we saw yesterday, but we still have some low clouds hanging around at this time, and we are expecting to see more sunshine by the time we head into the later part of the afternoon. Statewide, look at these numbers. Most of us in the low to mid 50s up and down the Chesapeake, a little cooler in western Maryland, 43 in Oakland, 51 currently in Cumberland, but overall, not too bad. Maybe just a light jacket, and you can put the umbrella away at least for today and tomorrow, and go ahead and grab those sunglasses because later this afternoon you will need them. On your out and about cast, next couple of hours, temperatures climb into the mid to upper 50s and eventually lower 60s through midday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Happening today, the Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on safe streets to hopefully answer the same questions Fox 45 News has been asking for years about its hiring practices.
In just a few minutes, I'll be sitting down with Baltimore City mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon to preview the Safe Streets hearing that's supposed to be happening tonight.
We begin, though, with Olivia Dance on why we are expecting a lot of attention surrounding tonight's meeting. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan, that hearing is scheduled to start at 5 this evening at City Hall. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of attention expected to be centered around this meeting, especially because there's just so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted? Previous director has stonewalled the city council with even the most basic questions, the most basic operational questions, refused to answer them. And so now there's a new director, and hopefully this new director is transparent.
Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer, who's chairing the hearing tonight, rattling off some questions that he's hoping to get answered. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is now led by Stephanie Mavronis. Last July, following Baltimore's worst mass shooting in history, council members grilled Mavronis about Safe Streets workers being at the Brooklyn Day party, mediating conflicts just hours before gunfire erupted, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. Councilman Schleifer says that MONSE needs to be upfront about who is hired to serve as violence interrupters, since in the past, MONSE has refused to provide the names of the Safe Streets workers. But to be hired in the first place, violence interrupters, according to MONSE, have to be credible messengers in their communities. Safe Streets sites are required by contract to hold community events monthly. Now, Councilman Schleifer, though, is demanding answers, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars.
There really should not be any difference between the level of transparency the public is entitled to with city employees versus city-funded employees.
And Councilman Schleifer says he also plans to ask about the mediation process. And we've been asking for a definition of a mediation and also how Safe Streets workers track these interactions. But so far, no luck. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, Baltimore voters face a repeat of mayoral candidates as the top polling names are similar to 4 years ago. But what is the difference this time for candidate and former Mayor Sheila Dixon, who's joining us this morning? First of all, good morning. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Mayor Dixon, let's talk about what happened, though, with Safe Streets, because you're one of the founders of Safe Streets. And what was your intent when it first came out, and where do you see it now?
So the intent was modeled after a program in Chicago, Ceasefire. And Safe Streets was to go into communities and work with individuals who were part of that culture to try to mitigate things before it happened. Mm-hmm. But before doing that, and we only had like 4 or 5 locations. In doing that, though, we took those individuals who were part of that culture at one point in their lives, we put them through intense training, intense mental health evaluations, I remember Cherry Hill probably was the most effective safe street. And then being able to go in and stop things from happening. And I know right now that's part of the process that's been happening, but it's changed over the years. And there's been so many issues with some of the locations at safe streets. Just recently in Northeast Baltimore, where the federal FBI had invaded. That was probably one of the areas that had the highest amount of crime during safe streets. Versus in West Baltimore, they're celebrating no murders, but they also had additional 40 officers over in Sandtown through that initiative.
Well, just recently, though, the mayor was celebrating that. I mean, he was saying more than 400 days without a homicide there. And similar to what you're saying is that some critics are saying, you know what, well, it was already a very safe area. Let's go back to that Bel Air Edison site where the FBI raided, where there was actually less crime after it was shut down by the FBI.
Correct.
Than when they were actually operating.
And I think it's really about assessing, and of course, the funding organizations, LifeBridge, Catholic Charities, it changed who was dealing with it. Safe Streets hasn't been as transparent. I mean, let's look at what happened in Brooklyn. They were in Brooklyn when all those incidents were going on and individuals were shot and ultimately killed. But what should Safe Street have done to mitigate and try to stop some of the activity that was happening, and who did they communicate with?
And they said that they actually interacted with 5 different occasions
and that they knew,
that same day.
Right, they knew guns were in the mix.
But when you started it, though, did you want police to be out of it? I mean, the main purpose that we heard is that Safe Streets should not be police because you're going to hear more information from the streets if they know that police officers are not involved and it could be turned into a narc situation or a snitch and tell.
Well, you know, it takes a balance. Okay. If they're able to go in and mitigate and try to stop something from happening, that helps the police. But there also has to be communication between all of the parties engaged and involved in the process. And I think that piece is missing now. And even though they have more money than we had when it started, it's just gone into a different direction. And I think not having the kind of accountability and being responsive to questions that individual, I get it. You don't necessarily need to know who the employees are, but what's the process? Who do they answer to? How do you follow up on incidents that have happened as a result of Safe Streets being engaged?
Last question for you, though. If you win mayor of Baltimore again, what would you change, if anything, and what would you keep for Safe Streets?
So I'll be honest with you, I would do an extensive audit of Safe Streets and the whole entire program. I'm the kind of person where I'm hands-on, so I would go and visit every Safe Streets. I would look at the role of Monsi, the role of LifeBridge, the role of Catholic Charities to figure out what pieces are working, what pieces are not, do an extensive audit, talk to the individuals who are part of those programs to see if those are the best fit for Safe Streets.
Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Coming up, before today's Safe Streets hearing, the Baltimore City Council will meet to address bike lane backlash. In our next half hour, the controversy at hand and how local leaders are working to find some shared space for bike lanes.
Our temps are mild this morning. We're going to break from the rain for a couple of days, but wet conditions on the way again for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
A consumer alert for you this morning. BGE is reminding customers to be aware of scams related to their utility bills.
In 2023, the company receiving more than 4,400 scam complaints from their customers, reporting losses of nearly $400,000.
BGE says typically a scam call begins with a threat to shut off service if a payment is not made. Customers should also be on the lookout for text messages with payment demands followed by a QR code. BGE says anyone who thinks that they may be getting scammed should call them at the number on your screen.
Now, you can find 5 quick tips on how to protect yourself right on our website. Just go to foxbaltimore.com.
Today, President Biden is taking part in the State of the Union address. Still to come, how this comes at a pivotal moment for his run for re-election.
A Baltimore City public school principal could be facing fines after school emergency exits were padlocked. Now, how Fox 45 exposed the school as video is surfacing from right inside the school grounds as a fire alarm you could hear was going off. 8:14, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $8:17 on this Thursday morning. We're topping your morning sports on limited news for the first time since 1998. Johns Hopkins women's basketball set to make a Sweet 16 appearance, and my goodness, the way they did it. Not only did the Blue Jays set a school record with their 20th win of the season, but they did it with a 77-75 win over Christopher Newport. In the process, snapping the nation's longest winning streak.
Pretty awesome. Well, as March Madness begins, the Big Ten women's basketball tournament is underway in Minneapolis. Maryland had the first round off yesterday since they are heading into the championship as the number 8 seed. Today in the second round, the Terps will face 9 seed Illinois, tip-off 12:30 Eastern time. The winner of that game will go on to face number 1 seed Ohio State. That game is Friday at 12:30.
Well, exactly 3 weeks from today, the O's will be back in Camden Yards for opening day. In fact, they're kicking off their season in Baltimore, facing off the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch, 3:05 that day. Until then, spring training continues with seasoned vets, young prospects looking to make their mark in Sarasota. Yesterday, the O's took on the Pirates. Game starts with Julio Teheran having 2 scoreless innings with 1 walk, but look at that shot right there. The bottom of the first, Anthony Santander has 2 home runs. To close out the game, Kobe Mayo makes a double run there in the 8th, making the final score 6-4. Baltimore on top, and they are looking amazing.
This is getting exciting. 8:18. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. You mentioned Holiday. I think this is it. I think he gets.
I think he does. I think we see him this year at Camden Yards.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, the O's are 11-2. They're on top of the Grapefruit League. The other one's the Cactus League, right? But Grayson Rodriguez goes tomorrow evening for their next game, so they have today off. And then, yeah, guys, we are 3 weeks from the day to opening day. Can you believe that?
No.
It's late March, I believe, and I have to check, but I think it's the earliest the O's have ever had an opening day at Camden Yards. I don't know if that's true or not,
I don't know
but I'll
either.
have to look at that.
Smell hot dogs right now.
Look it up.
Start doing some research.
Yeah,
All right.
There you go.
I'll get to it.
I can smell the hot dogs, too. Oh, man. Mustard on it. You like your hot dogs with mustard, Tom? Yeah. But do you like anything else?
Yeah. Everything.
Oh, I like just mustard. Just mustard.
I want to have to. Yeah, everything. Megan takes everything on the hot dogs too.
All right. But we're talking about cereal this morning because today's National Cereal Day. So 21 days until opening day there, Thursday, March 28th, right there at Camden Yards. You know it's a holiday around here. They're giving out the O's rally towels on that day, so should be a great time. We're going to be out there live all morning long, broadcasting and letting you know what's going on. Maybe Mr. Elias will give me another opportunity to, do some throwing. Our HD radar, you can see that area of low pressure tracking well away from us up into the northeast. So that's the rain that we had yesterday and even early this morning. Golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. Yeah, a little squishy on those greens and fairways, but probably have at least a 1-club win this afternoon. It's going to be a bit breezy, but look at these temperatures sliding into the low and mid 60s. Not a bad day at all. Even if you just want to hit a bucket of balls, check these temperatures out well above average. 51 is typically where we are for this time of year. We've already passed that number this morning. So we got that mild air that is in place, and that's going to continue for today as well. 64 in D.C., 63 Cumberland, upper 50s in Philly. Even if you're heading down the ocean, looking at mid 50s there in Ocean City. Now, our temperature trend, it's kind of in the above average category, but notice a little bit of a dip. We get into some of that green on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday with mid to upper 50s, but still not too bad. And then we've got a real nice warm up for next week. In fact, most of the Midwest and the Northeast part of the Mid-Atlantic under well above average temperatures through the middle of next week as we get deeper into March and closer to St. Patrick's Day. So here's a look at our future scan. We'll keep the clouds around through the morning time. Should see some more sunshine by the afternoon. Overall, tomorrow morning will start off nice and dry and clear skies to start the day, but more clouds roll in on Friday afternoon. And then Friday night, Saturday morning, here comes our next round of rain. So you can see that rain through Saturday morning. Moderate to heavy rain will be through the middle of the morning into the afternoon. We keep those showers going into Saturday night. So just kind of plan for that and know that that rain is coming, but we dry out and we're a bit cooler on Sunday. And yeah, this is the time change weekend, so you got to spring forward with those clocks on Saturday night before you go to bed. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And some slowdowns. The main one, though, is this is 895 right going through the Harbor Tunnel northbound is worst direction here. There were 2 vehicles that were involved. They've cleared that, but now you have the residual backup that you're seeing. This is right near Child Street, 895 north.
Tomorrow is your last chance to win tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters. Be sure to watch Fox 45 all morning long and wait for your cue to call. The 10th caller will win 4 tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters. That game March 24th at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena at 5 p.m. Good luck. A major event is coming to Loyola University, focusing on the Earth and its climate. Still to come this morning, how you can take part in helping the current climate crisis and where you can go to ask more questions.
And it's Women's History Month. I got a brand new hat from Pandora's Box. We'll tell you what else is inside Pandora's Box coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Good day.
March is Women's History Month, but did you know tomorrow's International Women's Day?
And Mark Clark has been live this morning at Pandora's Box Boutique right in Federal Hill with all the women's gear that you can rep tomorrow. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Hanging out with Manisha again. This is her baby, Pandora's Box. And so tomorrow we talk about the international flair.
Yes.
And you actually have different products from all over the world.
Yes. Well, we inspire, and tomorrow is International Women's Day because it's Women's History Month, and we love to highlight and showcase products and gifts from other entrepreneur women only. And so here's just a few of. We have our Shirley Chisholm mug, of course, empowerment for women. We support women. You got this. We have socks. Of course, we got to rep Baltimore. Don't mess with Baltimore women. Come get these hats. All the women from Baltimore. So this is just an example of some of our items that we have that we highlight women's empowerment.
I love it because there's something in here for everybody, and there's always some fun things in here. So we're having a great time this morning, guys. And of course, you saw the hat, guys.
Yes.
Oh, it matches.
Hat looked great.
I'm going to have to get it, Tom. I'm going to have to get it. Guys.
Let me see. Oh, Mark.
Cool.
It fits you. We're going to put more information for all of you happy shoppers out there. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks.
Today and tomorrow, temperatures are going to be into the 60s for most of you. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking if our next weather maker could impact any of your weekend plans.
And this morning, shocking video surfacing from a Baltimore City school moments after a fire alarm starts blaring. Coming up, the fines a principal could face after school emergency exits were padlocked shut. It's 8:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. It is Thursday, March 7th, coming up on 8:30. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Tom Rogers, and no rain today.
Thankfully, I know we finally get a break. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Is there more rain on the way, though?
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we've got to wait till the weekend for that. So a couple of days where we'll have some drier conditions in play. Our mild temperatures, though, are continuing right now as we look outside from the Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And you can see Fed Hill Park right there, flag flapping around in the breeze. We are going to get some breezy conditions today. That north wind is going to pick up. But most of us right now in the low to mid 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at about 54, 52 in Bel Air, Joppatown, you're at 53, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, Anne Arundel County, mid 50s at this hour. We'll keep those mid 50s going for the next few hours. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're good to go with these mild conditions. And topping out in the low to mid 60s today, a little cooler tomorrow, but notice that we're dry. And then on the right side of your screen, you can see Saturday, yeah, more rain is coming our way. So just be aware of that. Not an entire weekend watch out, but at least the first half will be wet. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
A Baltimore City school principal could face fines after Fox 45 exposed that emergency exits in the school were padlocked shut.
Now, Project Baltimore's Chris Pabbs joining us live this morning with more on the shocking video from inside the school. As you can hear, Chris, the fire alarm going off. Good morning.
Yeah, you certainly can. Now, remember back to 1989, there was a movie with Morgan Freeman called Lean on Me, where he was a school principal, and he put padlocks on the doors of the school, not just to keep his students in, but to keep other people out. Well, I mean, that was a movie, but it's also reality in at least one Baltimore City school. We had a source come to us who said 1.5 years ago at the Reach Partnership in Northeast Baltimore, which is a high school, it's a charter high school, the principal put padlocks on a couple emergency exit doors to stop students from getting out, but also to stop other people from getting in. Now, our source told us that there have been people at the school for the past 1.5 years that have been complaining about this because you can't get out in the event of an emergency, and first responders can't get in the event of an emergency. Well, nothing was happening. So the source sent pictures and a video to Fox 45, to Project Baltimore. We did a story on this, and now the padlocks have been removed, and Baltimore City Schools is saying that they're going to put other measures, other safety measures in place at these doors, such as security cameras, so that the central office can monitor what is going on at these doors. But I mean, the larger picture here is, I mean, this is a pretty significant safety violation, and the principal of this school is currently up for Principal of the Year in Baltimore City. So, you know, this is something that Project Baltimore is going to continue to follow because he can be fined for this. This is unlawful. You can't put padlocks on emergency exits.
Yeah, and Chris, I think the other concern here is that you've uncovered these locks in place at the Reach Partnership that were there for some time. So is there any indication this could also be happening at other city schools?
We haven't heard about it at other schools, but you have Baltimore City, and we all know about the crime that is in Baltimore City. And we know about the guns, we know about the drugs. And when you think about this, there probably is many other principals who have the same concern. We were told, I mean, from city schools and also from our source, that these padlocks were put on to stop people from coming into the school, potentially with drugs or weapons. I mean, there's other ways that you need to be in compliance with the law, obviously. But this is a concern in Baltimore City. So are there other schools that are doing it? We don't know. We know of this one, but this doesn't necessarily mean that the principal was trying to break the law. We didn't speak to the principal, but he very well could have been doing this to try to benefit his school, to try to help his kids and to help his school. But it's unlawful. You can't do it.
All right, Chris, thank you.
8:34 happening today, bike lane backlash. The Baltimore City Council will be holding a hearing today, working to find shared space when it comes to bike lanes.
This comes after several people in neighborhoods across Baltimore have spoken out against the addition of the bike lanes in their communities.
Olivia Dan joining us live this morning with more on the meeting that's happening today over the bike lane fight. Olivia.
Well, Tom, the hearing is happening at 4 this afternoon, and it comes after residents have spoken out against the bike lanes, saying that they're causing safety concerns. An example of that, you can see Fringe Baltimore here. This is a salon. The owner says that a car came barreling into the side of the business here. You can see the damage to the side of the building, even though this happened months ago. Now, when the city redesigned this road last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and then moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon here, making turns, she said, had suddenly become a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street isn't a safe street for those on the road or near the road, and she's an avid cyclist herself. On the other hand, though, Bethan McCary, another resident who utilizes the city bike lanes, says that drivers are to blame and says that bike lanes will force drivers to slow down.
Drivers are being reckless on these turns in these roads, and that incident was purely the fault of a driver. Like, if you really look at what the cause was, it was someone behind a wheel who was not being cautious.
I want to show you that the city did add these barriers outside of the salon to help protect it, but also at the council meeting today, city council members are hoping to get a better understanding of the problems posed by these complete streets. Of course, you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Well, Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with the issue for months. In December, on Harford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate new bike lanes, but residents say they've seen traffic lined up for blocks with the bike lanes hardly getting any use. And last September in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway were cut to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that cannot accommodate them.
Tonight, President Joe Biden will be speaking to what will likely be his largest televised audience before his summer's Democratic convention. After the break, the main topics of conversation at the State of the Union address.
Today, we are going to be partly cloudy with drier conditions, at least for now. Coming up, our Weather Authority team is tracking when our next weather maker will roll through. It's 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning. 8:40, and we are taking you live to the White House, where today President Joe Biden will deliver his State of the Union address.
According to White House aides, this year's speech will lay out an agenda that he can quickly take out to the campaign trail.
Tonight's audience will give President Biden what will likely be his largest televised audience before this summer's Democratic convention. Just a few of the topics he's expected to touch on is the border crisis, the economy, high health costs, and also abortion rights.
As the State of the Union comes to a pivotal moment for President Biden. His average approval rating is just 38.1%, one of the lowest points of his presidency. Many swing voters who supported him in 2020 now appear to be leaning toward former President Donald Trump. Trump leading in early polls of the November general election. 73% of registered voters in a recent New York Times Siena College poll thought Biden is too old to be an effective president.
Now, President Biden's address is scheduled to start at 9 o'clock tonight. You can watch it here on Fox 45. And then following that, the GOP's response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt.
Well, today, the Baltimore City Council will be holding a hearing on the Safe Streets program. How many are hoping to get answers on their hiring practices?
Today, we could learn if the 5 suspects in the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. In our next half hour, how this motion is unlocking a closer look at the case. It's 8:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Loving our planet is the first step towards saving it, but we need to know the right questions to start with, and that's where this year's Humanities Symposium at Loyola University comes in. And joining us this morning, Symposium Director Marion Crotty and the Director for Baltimore Environmental Film Series at Loyola, Elizabeth Dahl. Good morning, ladies. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So what can you tell us about this symposium?
It's a series of events related to a theme. This year's theme is celebrating nature. Our students are reading this wonderful essay collection. It's very short, illustrated essays celebrating different phenomena. It could be anything from a lightning bug to the corpse flower, which is this like giant, sneaky, smelly flower. And she's, asking us to slow down and notice the world around us. And Elizabeth is also running an environmental film series.
Okay, and tell us more about the film series. How does this tie in?
So the film series, it's a series usually of documentaries that we show throughout the academic year, and we've been doing this for probably 6 years. And so the theme this semester has been about connecting with nature. So we showed a film called The Falconer, and we had a falconer come and show off his birds.
Oh, cool.
And our next film is about the American chestnut, which is functionally extinct on the East Coast, but used to be one of the most abundant trees. So it's about why we need to restore that. And then we have another film that's about the Pope's encyclical on the environment.
And connecting with nature, why is that so crucial? I mean, what do you hope people take away from this?
I hope that people leave our talk feeling inspired to be out in the world, to appreciate nature, just to notice everything around us, and hopefully to leave with a sense of wanting to protect nature, but also rekindling a sense of joy.
Yeah.
It's been a hard couple years for everybody, and this is a very positive, celebratory book that just sort of inspires people to slow down and notice the clouds, notice the trees, and just try to get back to a place of wonder.
And that's something we do so much less of, it seems. We're always buried in our phones, and it's nice to just kind of enjoy what's around us, right? Yeah. So how can people get involved, and who is everyone welcome, or who can get involved?
All of our events are free and open to the public. If you go to our websites, the Humanities Symposium or the Environmental Film Series, you can register for the events, but you could also show up if you forget.
Okay.
But 6:30 on March 14th is our keynote speaker, Amy Nizuka-Matato, will be giving a talk, Remembering Wonder, and our Environmental Film Series is also free.
Oh, awesome. Okay, and where did you say again that people can go to learn more?
Humanities Symposium, join us, Loyola, and Environmental Film Series.
Loyola.edu/environmental film series.
Okay, great. And this is an annual thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, also, how has the turnout been in the past?
It's been really good. We had over 400 people last year. We were, bringing in extra chairs, and it's just, it's a really big community event, and we really love it when people from the community come and join us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming in and sharing more about it with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom?
Trending this morning, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission approved a tentative deal to allow SpaceX to acquire public land to expand its rocket launch facilities in the Lone Star State. It comes despite opposition from nearby residents. Now, under this deal, Texas would give SpaceX 43 acres from the Boca Chica State Park. In exchange, SpaceX will give the state 477 acres, about 10 miles south of the park near Brownsville, Texas. Officials will next launch an environmental assessment of the land offered by SpaceX that will include a 30-day comment period. Elsewhere in your space news, the oldest dead galaxy was just spotted by the Webb Space Telescope. That's run right here in Baltimore. This is one of the deepest views into the distant universe made with this telescope. Now, some scientists claim the dead galaxy existed when the universe was just about 700 million years into its current age of 14 billion. The newly observed dead galaxy is billions of light years from Earth.
That is so fascinating to me. Just
the vast expanse.
Vastness of space, yeah. And all the things that, could have existed in that galaxy that we'll never know about.
Yeah, well, that's what the Webb's all about.
Yeah.
It is.
Dial it in and look further and deeper into the past.
Yeah.
And you were able to mess with the Webb.
I didn't mess with it. I just communicated with it.
Okay.
Ah.
Still,
Yeah.
got your hands on.
You don't remember that? I was there. I got to.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
He was kicked out after.
Oh my gosh, how
Let's
can I
take a look
forget?
Let's take a look at our forecast. Hey, Shannon, what cereal is your favorite that you like?
So I like Special K.
Okay.
I like Honey Nut Cheerios.
What kind of Special K, Shannon?
Special K, the vanilla almond.
See, she's very bougie. She likes the vanilla almond
But
Special K.
I also like Lucky Charms, just the charms. That's the only way to do it.
Basically a bowl of marshmallows, which is
Exactly.
fine. Look, I respect that. And everybody has their own cereal preference. We appreciate you chiming in on Facebook and on X. I posted it out there with a little video this morning because today's National Cereal Day. We all eat cereal at some point in our life, right? We've all had at least a bowl of cereal once. Here's a look at our live cam in Towson. Loving this. Finally seeing a little bit more sunshine. Don't like those days we're all fogged in and have all of that cloud cover. So hopefully you enjoy some of the sun as well. 54 your temp currently in Towson. Northwest wind about 13 to 15 miles an hour. So we are going to see that wind out of the north here later today, and we are going to see drier conditions because that area of low pressure with the associated wet weather well to the north of us, up into the northeast at this time. Now, we are tracking our next weather maker, and it's going to be more rain, but not until Saturday morning. This is our future scan. We'll take you through it here. You can see about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll start off with some light showers. Notice that moderate rain that's coming up from the south and the west right through D.C. and into our area through mid-morning and into the early afternoon. And then with that being said, we'll see those showers continue off and on until about 4 or 5 o'clock on Saturday before that rain gets out of here. Sunday will be drier and cooler, but notice the blue right there. Some of our mountain ranges may get some upslope snow showers from this. In terms of the additional rainfall we're going to see, now some of those numbers are coming a little bit closer to another inch of rain. This is on top of the almost 2 inches that we've had officially here in March so far. Eastern Shore, you got a lot of rain yesterday afternoon, and we're going to see more of that rain coming on Saturday. So your next 12 hours, our numbers climb into the 50s and low 60s, even some mid 60s for a lot of us. Overall, our temperatures are going to be well above average today, a little bit cooler tomorrow, and then Saturday and Sunday, those numbers drop back into the 50s. And this is our time change weekend, so don't forget to spring forward Saturday night as daylight saving time starts Sunday at 2 a.m. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a live look now from your Lens Solar mobile track. And right on the 695's outer loop heading towards Parkville, as you can see blue skies and dry roads.
Well, now that it's award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. You can just grab your phone, scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. Get the question right, and you could win the daily $100 prize. Now, the daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win the weekly $5,000 drawing. Again, scan this QR code to get the Hollywood Trivia question of the day.
Today, we are keeping up with the trends while celebrating local Baltimore vendors. Well, we are going live to Pandora's Box Boutique ahead of International Women's Day celebrations.
Over 350 artists from across the country are coming to Baltimore for the American Craft Made Show. Still to come, a local glass artist joins the morning show with her creations, as well as how you can attend the event.
Well, if you're going to be walking around taking out all those art displays or heading out shopping at boutiques, you need one thing in hand.
Coffee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's take a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, the Justice Department is charging a former Google employee with stealing artificial intelligence secrets. 38-year-old Lin Wei-ding could go to prison for 40 years. Prosecutors say he stole more than 500 files of confidential information from Google. Then he allegedly took them to his home country of China, where he was offered an executive role at a startup company. He is accused of traveling there for months at a time while having a fellow Google employee use his badge to access his office to make it look like he was there. Then he founded his own tech company in China that boasted it could replicate Google's AI technology. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the theft could put national security at risk.
Meanwhile, the FBI found online scams costing Americans a record $12.5 billion just last year in the U.S. The Bureau says the spike was fueled by a surge in cryptocurrency investment fraud. Last year's total losses from scams, more than $2 billion, higher than the year prior. The report comes as federal agencies are trying to contain the financial fallout of ransomware attack on the health insurance billing giant Change Healthcare. That cyber attack has cost the U.S. healthcare providers millions of dollars per day.
Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Let me tell you about the most fabulous at-home microdermabrasion device that you can find out there. This is from Dr. Lancer, dermatologist to the stars. He's been in the business for 40 years. This is going to be a way to help make your skin more youthful, get all those dead skin cells off. It's amazing. Let me show you how to use it. I love this. So it's going to come with 2 different diamond tips here. That diamond tip is helping with all of the exfoliation. The smaller head is for your face and your neck. But then if you want to use the bigger tip here, that's going to be for your body. So it's really going to help with exfoliation. Then as you're using it, I actually would go an upward pattern and you're going to hear this suction. Well, that's a vacuum suction. Now, when you're done using this, it's going to come with additional filters. You get 200 treatments with this. So you could do what Dr. Lancer does to all his celebrity clients in the comfort of your own home. It's going to leave your skin more radiant. Your makeup's going to stay on better. Your skincare will be able to seep and penetrate in. You're going to find this is the ultimate if you're just trying to age-defy your skin and really make it be the best it can. But I love that you are doing something that is not only good for your skin, but it's going to make it look really good as well. Microdermabrasion is sought after. Everyone tries to do it. And this is the same device that Dr. Lancer uses at his Beverly Hills office. You can do it at your own house. And it's available today at 51% off. Go to asadeals.com.
It's just gone into a different direction. And I think not having the kind of accountability and being responsive to questions that individual, I get it. You don't necessarily need to know who the employees are, but what's the process?
Hearing today on the Safe Streets program as we push for answers on the hiring practices within the organization.
That's interim. You know, I'm really concerned that the city is not operating at its fullest level because you don't have the right people in the right positions.
A council dedicated to addressing safety shortfalls in the city failing to meet for months. The questions now being raised about the importance of the group.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning. It is Thursday, March 7th, coming up on 9 o'clock. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gilland. We are going to be getting a check of our forecast in just a moment, but we have been taking a look at the roads as well this morning. We had some rain that came through earlier this morning, and now we are starting to see them drying out. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. 2 updates for you right now. The first is on your left-hand side of your screen there. We've got a 3-vehicle crash on 295 South, right past West Nursery Road. It has been moved onto both shoulders. There are no cameras in that area. What you're seeing is just past the reported crash there. Also, some good news. A crash now cleared on 895 North. This is between the Harbor Tunnel Toll Plaza and the tunnel itself.
Breaking this morning, firefighters rescued 2 people from a fire at a Baltimore County restaurant. We want to get you to a live look now at the scene. The fire was first reported just before 6 this morning on Eastern Avenue, and it looks like it looks like we might be taking a different shot here, but it was happening at the Moe's Seafood restaurant, and we do know that the fire is under control.
They actually were able to rescue 2 occupants from the occupancy. Both, thankfully, are safe. No one got injured. No one was transported. They made an aggressive interior attack, put the fire out relatively quickly. Most of what you see or what you saw was them cleaning up, doing rehab, and salvage.
The department is now investigating what caused the fire.
Takes a balance. If they're able to go in and mitigate and try to stop something from happening, that helps the police. But there also has to be communication between all of the parties engaged and involved in the process.
Happening today, the Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on the Safe Streets program to hopefully answer the same questions Fox 45 News has been asking for years about its hiring practices. We spoke with mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon earlier today about the hearing.
That's right. In just a moment, we'll be talking with Olivia Dance with what we could learn today. But in the meantime, we know, again, that hearing is going to happen later on.
Continuing coverage this morning, today we could learn if the 5 suspects in the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried together. All of the accused, including 3 juveniles, are charged as adults.
2 people were killed, 28 others injured in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And we are learning more about the chaotic moments as shots were fired last July. Prosecutors filed a motion in October asking a judge to try the 5 defendants together for charges related to the mass shooting. And we are expecting to hear that decision today.
In fact, the hearing on the joint trial motion is actually underway right now at Courthouse East. And part of the motion for this hearing is what's unlocking a closer look at the case. Take a look here. These documents were just obtained by Fox 45 and filed by prosecutors Friday. In them, prosecutors are laying out the clearest account yet of the allegations against the accused, including 18-year-old Tristan Jackson and 19-year-old Aaron Brown, who are both facing several charges, including attempted first and second-degree murder. Now, among the new details, prosecutors writing, when questioned by detectives, Brown stated he was at the block party, admitted to firing a handgun into the roadway at approximately 3 individuals who were standing in the parking lot shooting at him. Brown stated that he was shot in the hand while firing his weapon. Brown's attorney, Roya Hanna, is weighing in on that.
Well, we know that he was shot in the hand. Because he went to the hospital that night. He received treatment for that. He was one of the victims that night. As for the rest of it, we'll have to see if the state is able to produce that evidence.
Now, according to prosecutors filing, police searched Brown's home after they arrested him and found a Glock handgun loaded with an extended magazine. That gun, prosecutors wrote, was consistent with having fired casings recovered from 2 locations at the Brooklyn event shooting and with casings collected as evidence in a May shooting, also allegedly involving Brown. His defense attorney, Hannah, says she intends to challenge the legality of the search warrant. She's also speaking out against this motion to try the defendants together. She believes they should be tried separately. The reason being, she says there's a lot of evidence that's admissible against some defendants and not admissible against others. She argues people will be prejudiced if they're all tried together. But ultimately, a judge will have the final say here. Again, the hearing is set to start at 9 this morning, so it's already underway.
18-year-old Tristan Jackson was under DJS supervision at the time of the shooting. Police say GPS coordinates from his ankle monitor place him at the scene on July 2nd. Earlier this year, a judge denied a request to have Jackson transferred to a juvenile facility and to keep his records sealed. The defense argues open records will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say that shouldn't be the court's responsibility. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan says transparency is the most important aspect of the case.
It would prevent the people in those communities from feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
The victims' families are suing the city and state for more than $150 million after Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley admitted police made mistakes in their response to the shooting. Fox 45 News will follow the legal developments surrounding this investigation. You can stay with us on air and online at foxbaltimore.com for any updates in the case. This morning, police are investigating a deadly shooting. This was along Loch Raven Boulevard. As you take a good look at that map there, police say a 29-year-old was killed after a suspect came into his home there and shot him last night. Officials have not released any information on the suspect, but anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Now to an update this morning. 34-year-old Elliot Knox has been found guilty in the murders of Baltimore police officer Kiana Hawley and Justin Johnson.
The jury delivers its verdict, convicting him on 8 of the 9 criminal counts. The jury found Knox not guilty of use of a firearm during the course of a violent crime in Officer Hawley's case. The families of both victims say their fight for justice is not finished.
No one wakes up in the morning and says, let me go and kill a police officer. No one wakes up in the morning and says, well, after we kill this police officer, let's go across town and take someone's son. No one wakes up in the morning and thinks those things. Someone sent them to do it. And I'm going to say right here and right now, I'm coming for you.
I'm glad for the actual verdict, but I would wish there was another way of penalizing these guys because Justin and Officer Hawley's gone. And the thing is, the taxpayers got to foot the bill for the rest of these guys' life. And I wish there was another way that we could penalize them.
Mayor Brandon Scott, Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates all expressed their gratitude to the jury, saying their hearts remain with the victims' families. You can find their complete statements online at foxbaltimore.com. Now we want to get back to Olivia Dance, who's following the Safe Streets hearing this morning.
Let's get right out to Olivia. What do you expect to happen here today, Olivia?
Yeah, well, Megan and Shannon, that hearing is happening at 5 this evening at City Hall, and there's going to be a lot of attention around this meeting, especially since there's still so many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets works.
Who are the employees? How are they hired? How are they onboarded? How are they vetted? Previous director has stonewalled the city council with even the most basic questions, the most basic operational questions, refused to answer them. And so now there's a new director, and hopefully this new director is transparent.
That was Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer, who's chairing the hearing tonight, rattling off some questions he's hoping to get answered. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is now led by Stephanie Mavronis. Last July, following Baltimore's worst mass shooting in history, council members grilled Mavronis about Safe Streets workers being at the Brooklyn Day party, mediating conflicts just hours before gunfire erupted, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. Councilman Schleifer says that MONSE needs to be upfront about who's hired to serve as violence interrupters, since in the past, MONSE has refused to provide the names of the Safe Streets workers. But to be hired in the first place, violence interrupters, according to MONSE, have to be credible messengers in their communities. Safe Streets sites are also required by contract to hold community events monthly. Councilman Schleifer, though, is demanding answers, especially since Safe Streets is funded by millions of tax dollars.
If we're not getting answers and we don't know where the money is going, then we certainly aren't going to continue the current level of funding.
Councilman Schleifer says he also plans to ask about the mediation process, and we've been asking for a definition of a mediation and also how Safe Streets workers track these interactions, but so far, no luck. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. It's 9:09 and time to get a check of your forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here, finally not experiencing rain right now.
Yeah,
Justin.
At least a little bit of a break, ladies. Yeah, and you can kind of hear from Olivia's live shot there. A bit breezy out there already, and we're going to see breezy to windy conditions for the day today, that northerly wind coming in. But that sun is now out, at least for some of us, and again, getting a bit of a break from the rain. Low to mid-50s across central Maryland. I mean, 55 right now in Baltimore City. That's higher than we typically are for the afternoon this time of year. So for March 7th on your out-the-door cast, jacket, maybe just a light jacket. Definitely have the sunglasses for later, and we can keep the umbrella away, at least for today and tomorrow. And overall, if you do want to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s, mild conditions on your jogging or walking cast. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you through when that next weather maker rolls in and how it's going to impact your weekend, if it's an entire washout or not. I'll tell you coming up.
Towson residents are now rethinking their safety following recent robberies. Still ahead this morning, the places where these robberies happened.
And with just hours to spare, it appears lawmakers in D.C. have reached a deal to avoid a government shutdown. Coming up, we're going to go live to D.C. for a closer look at what is inside the spending bill. It's 9/11 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing now, President Biden is heading to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver the State of the Union address.
St. Clair national correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Washington with a preview of what we can expect on this. Kayla, good morning.
Well, good morning, Megan and Shannon. So this is a high-stakes speech for President Biden. It comes as his re-election campaign fully turns to take on former President Donald Trump, with Nikki Haley officially exiting the race. Tonight, President Biden has to reassure voters he's up for another 4 years on the job. Poll after poll shows Americans are concerned about his stamina and mental acuity. Can he get through tonight without any gaffes? Although this isn't technically a campaign speech, Biden will likely use it to try to show the American public they're better off under his administration than they were 4 years ago. Also looking for what he'll say about the Israel-Gaza war. Progressives continue to send loud and clear messages. They are extremely unhappy with how he's handled the war and that Biden has not called for a permanent ceasefire. Biden and his top officials have floated the idea of a 6-week ceasefire to get aid into Gaza in exchange for hostages. We could possibly hear more about that plan tonight. Immigration, Ukraine, the economy, and abortion will also likely be addressed.
Yeah, in the meantime, Kayla, it looks like a last-minute deal has been reached to avoid a partial government shutdown this Friday. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the spending package cleared the House, and now the Senate is expected to pass this $460 billion spending package to avoid a partial government shutdown this Friday. The approved package of 6 bills will fund an array of agencies through the end of this fiscal year. Yesterday, the bills did survive the House vote despite opposition from 83 Republicans concerned about Washington continuing to spend massive amounts of money. Congressional leaders from both sides called the package a win. Speaker Johnson noted spending cuts across 3 agencies, including 10% to the EPA, 7% to the ATF, and 6% to the FBI. Now lawmakers are crafting another package of bills to fund the rest of the government. That would include defense before the March 22nd deadline.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much.
Developing news this morning. Fox 45 News is learning that an organization focused on reducing Baltimore's crime issues has gone dormant for the past 5 months.
The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is designed to identify public safety shortfalls across Baltimore, but there are questions about how critical the council has become. Since 2021, the council has met bi-monthly at City Hall, but lately it hasn't met at all. Those who once held a seat at the table say that's troubling because they considered the council an effective method of combating crime.
I think maybe the new administration didn't have a clear understanding what the real purpose of the coordinating council was.
Now, it has been 9 months since the city has posted minutes from any of the council's meetings. We reached out to the mayor's office asking for an explanation, but so far, no one has provided one.
9:17, and it is time to get another check of our forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. We're moving away from the rain a little bit today, but more rain on the way, Justin,
Exactly
for the
right.
weekend, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, and granola, oatmeal, we decided is cereal, right?
Granola.
I think oatmeal is, granola not.
You think
Yeah,
granola's
I
not?
agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless you mix them together and then it's
I put
definitely.
granola on my oatmeal. People used to yell at me like, "There's just more oats," and I'm like, I like granola. So
That's not a bad idea. Yeah.
All right. A little crunch there. Good morning to all of you. And yeah, already a little bit breezy to windy out there, but we're getting some more sunshine. So definitely not the overcast or foggy day like we had yesterday. There's still going to be clouds hanging around, at least for the next couple of hours. That north wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour. But look at that. Our temperature at 55 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, the HD radar showing that rain well to the north and to the east of us. So we're definitely drying out. And you can see from our MetroCast day planner next hour in the mid 50s over there in Hunt Valley and Cockeysville. Temps that will get to the low and even mid 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Maybe you're doing happy hour in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. We're looking at lower 60s. So overall, temperatures not too bad today. In fact, that 51 for the average, we've already blown past that this morning, and most of us will be about 10 to 15 degrees warmer than average for this time of year. From the eastern shore across the Chesapeake down to D.C. at 64, Richmond at 66 today. Even if you're heading down the ocean, looking at 54 there, Ocean City. Now, numbers do take a couple of steps back here tomorrow and into this upcoming weekend, but notice those 50s are still in the above average category, right back to the mid 60s by next Tuesday. Next week really shaping up to be, I think, pretty nice. So here's a look at our future scan. You can see on Thursday afternoon, still some of those clouds, but definitely that northerly wind will clear out nicely tonight. And tomorrow we start off dry as well. So overall, not a bad morning, a little cooler on Friday morning. Tomorrow afternoon, more cloud cover is going to start rolling in. And then here comes the next weather maker, which is another round of rain. This will be round 3 if you're keeping count at home. Our Saturday morning here, you can see about 7, 8 o'clock, those rain showers and even some moderate rain that's going to roll through midday into Saturday afternoon. More of those scattered showers stay with us for Saturday into Saturday evening, but then Sunday we're a bit drier. Notice all that blue that's just to the west of us. So some of the mountain locations may pick up some upslope snow showers from that next weather maker. Shout out to Rick and Cindy Z in Gambrills, Maryland, over there in Anne Arundel County. Look at sweet Max right there. Their sweet Shar-Pei puppy looking great. So appreciate it, Rick and Cindy. Thanks so much for watching, and still want to get your Orioles pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, because look at that, friends. 3 weeks from today is opening day, and we're just 10 days out from St. Paddy's Day. That's next Sunday, if you can believe that. It'll be a St. Patrick's Day weekend around here. And we know how to party in Baltimore when it comes to St. Pat's. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So after Saturday, we're pretty much dry. And again, windy and cooler on Monday. But again, after that, those numbers really climbing nicely. And later this hour, we're going to throw that 10-day forecast up, which is going to take us all the way into St. Pat's weekend. I think you're going to like it.
Nice, like the sounds of it. Thank you, Justin. Here's a live look, meantime, from our Len Stoller mobile track in the area of 83 heading south. We've got smooth sailing on the roads out there, light volume, blue skies ahead.
Feeling crafty this morning? The American Craft Made Show is coming tomorrow, and you can check out crafts from jewelry to clothes and everything else in between.
Oh my God. And we're having fun at Pandora's Box this morning. You can get anything you can imagine here at this store. Got a big sale going on tomorrow. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Howdy, partner.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, you can keep up with the trends while also celebrating local Baltimore vendors.
Mark Clark is live at Pandora's Box Boutique ahead of their International Women's Day celebration. Mark, we have so many women entrepreneurs here in Baltimore doing great things.
That's right, hanging out with Manisha all morning long. And you know, tomorrow's the big sale because of International Women's Day.
Yes, 20% off.
So I wanted to find out your favorite. What are your, you know, this is your store, this is your baby. Give us some of your favorite items that you enjoy.
Well, I love everything.
Of course.
But I must say, I love everything Baltimore. Our dish towels, like the Charm City, Baltimore crab, even our city cats, the Baltimore rats. This is how we embrace them, right? We call them city cats. Our lemon, you know, our lemon stick pillows, everything Baltimore will always be my favorite.
Lemon stick.
And then a fan favorite of the store is our Snoop Dogg cookbook. Crooks a Cook, #1, always, all season, every season. Yeah.
I love it. You know, so guys, I already have my eye, so I call my wife Babe, so I'm going to get this, the baddest babe in the world, and I'm going to get this official Stanley Cup. Get it? Okay, so how can people, they can just come in the store and see you, right?
Yes, we're open Tuesday through Sunday, 11 to 6. They can also shop online. And don't forget tomorrow for International Women's Day, our 20% off the entire store.
So this is the only time you want to open Pandora's Box. Is that, no? No?
It It was a little, it was terrifying.
It was a good try.
Beautiful things there.
Okay,
Mark.
fine.
Thank you. I like that Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I love it. It's useful too. All right, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
If your values are about cyclists and safety, well, I'm a cyclist.
Residents across Baltimore expressing displeasure for the addition of new bike lanes for the safety concerns they could pose. Now, a hearing today can hopefully give them a platform they need.
And after the break, a Baltimore homeowner finally getting the compensation he deserves after his home was lost to a sinkhole 2 years ago. It's 9:26 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Good Day Baltimore. On a Thursday, it is March 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers at 9:29. How does it feel when you step outside? That's the big question.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answer before you step outside, so you know how to dress.
Yeah, mild. It's been mild most of the morning, guys. Maybe a light jacket is about it. It's a bit breezy, so that's what's going to help you out with some of that wind. But the sun is finally starting to break out, and the drying process is continuing as it has all morning long. We started off with wet roads early this morning, but those are drying out nicely. Look at these statewide numbers here across the old line state. Most of us in the low to mid 50s up and down the Chesapeake. So if you want to get some of that yard and gardening work, yard work and gardening work done today, low to mid 60s is going to be what we'll end up with for the afternoon. In fact, tomorrow's going to be a nice dry day too, a little bit cooler with lower 60s, but the Saturday, the rain comes right back. So again, if you want to get that stuff done before the rain rolls in, do it today or tomorrow. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here, and look at these cameras. No issues, no main issues to report as everyone's moving along pretty smoothly around the Baltimore region.
Happy happening today? Bike lane backlash. Today, the Baltimore City Council is working to find some shared space when it comes to bike lanes during a hearing.
Now, this comes after several people in neighborhoods all across Baltimore City have spoken out against the addition of the bike lanes in their communities.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the bike lane fight that is happening now. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, the hearing is happening at 4 this afternoon, and it comes after residents have spoken out against the bike lanes, saying that they're causing safety concerns. An example of that is when the owner of Fringe Salon here says that a car came barreling into the side of her salon. You can still see some of the damage to the side of the building here, even though this happened months ago. Now, when the city redesigned this road last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and then moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon here, making turns, she said, had suddenly become a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street isn't a safe street for those on the road or near the road, and she's an avid cyclist herself. On the other hand, though, Bethan McGarry, another resident who utilizes the city bike lanes, says that drivers are to blame and says that bike lanes will force drivers to slow down.
It's safer when the roads are slower, they're more structured, and everybody on foot, on wheels, is a little bit more intentional about how they're moving.
Now, I want to show you that the city did add these barriers outside of the salon to help protect it. And also at today's hearing, city council members are just hoping to get a better understanding of the problems posed by these complete streets. Of course, you can find any updates from the hearing on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with the issue for months. In December on Harford Road in Hamilton, you see this behind me, the city actually reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate some new bike lanes, but residents say they have seen traffic lined up for blocks, with the bike lanes hardly getting any use. And then last September in West Baltimore, there were 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway that were actually cut down to 1 lane there, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says that he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that can't accommodate them.
9:33 developing this morning. Baltimore County Police Department is now investigating 2 robberies that they say happened at the Towson Town Center.
The suspects walked right back out of Macy's through the same door about 2 minutes after they entered.
The most recent robbery happening Monday afternoon, the armed robbery involving 2 suspects inside the Macy's stores. And then last Friday, someone was robbed in the parking garage of the town center.
My reaction is to stay away, avoid it at all costs until they can figure out what's going on. We are moving.
We're moving. It's getting really crazy around here with all these crimes.
Well, no arrests have been made in those 2 robberies. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Baltimore County Police.
Police in Baltimore County are also warning drivers about a wave of car thefts across the region. Police have reported 665 car thefts so far this year. It's about 10 thefts a day on average. More than half of those stolen cars are Kias and Hyundais. Experts say a TikTok challenge showing viewers how to steal the cars has made this problem even worse. A year and a half after that challenge went viral, we are asking why Kias and Hyundais are still being targeted at that same rate.
It didn't happen overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight, but there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Experts say steps like upgraded security software in the cars and steering wheel locks are actually helping the problem, but the car manufacturers are still working with law enforcement to combat thieves.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy are advocating for a bill that would change how car crimes are prosecuted. It would broaden the consequences for people who benefit from gang activity, including carjackers and those who recruit young people to commit carjackings.
almost none of these crimes are done by one individual.
So what you're seeing is the adults are preying on the juveniles and have the juveniles there as well as part of the larger overall crew. Those individuals that are running around carjacking in groups 3, 4, 5 cars a night, and they ride around carjacking citizens, taking the cars then down to a chop shop.
Well, if you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. Tell us what happened. Or if you don't like the QR codes, you can send us an email with the details to news@foxbaltimore.com.
An update now for you this morning. A Baltimore homeowner who lost his home during a sinkhole in 2022 is finally getting some compensation from the city.
The sinkhole along North Avenue, now just a patch of grass, was caused by the collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain. Infrastructure failure led to back and forth over who's responsible. The city initially claiming no liability since they were not given notice of a problem. But a Fox 45 News investigation found the city failed to inspect that storm drain for 23 years, when inspections are supposed to happen every 3 years.
All this pain and suffering that me and my neighbors doing, they should pay us whatever our house worth and plus more. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Quentin Bell will receive a $250,000 settlement, up from the initial offer of $90,000 he was offered last December. Over warmer spring weather grows, travel experts warn of increasing travel volume this year round. Drier for the next few days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking it all, including our next chance for any showers. 9:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
And We are finally starting to get a taste of some spring weather, which means travelers are already preparing for their vacation getaways.
Yeah, this is the TSA says today, March 7th, begins the peak of their spring travel season. We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center with a closer look at what you can expect. Shannon?
Yeah, buckle up, quite literally. Today through March 25th is when you can expect the highest volume of vacationers and travelers. The report from the TSA expects a nearly 6% increase compared to last year. Behind me here is a live look over Miami. You can see how nice it looks right along the beach. Well, according to AAA travel booking data, Florida tops the list for spring break destinations this year. No big surprise there, but it comes as at least 45 additional law enforcement officers are being sent to Miami Beach during spring break this year. And it is an effort to curb streaks of violence in the popular tourist destination for college students. The troopers will assist with crowd control, directing traffic and DUI checkpoints, and some beach access points will also be closing early on certain nights. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis says they want visitors to come and have fun, but people need to respect the law.
But we also are going to insist that people respect the law, that order is kept in the streets, and that our residents and local businesses are not negatively impacted.
It's an effort to prevent what happened last year. You'll remember 2 deadly shootings in Miami Beach provoked a state of emergency and a midnight curfew. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Still ahead, The Masked Singer is back for season 11 and wasted no time with the first unmasking coming up. The shocking celeb revealed on night 1.
And more than 300 artists from all across the country, there's one right there, coming to Charm City to show off their unique and impressive work. After the break, find out how you can take home an incredible, one-of-a-kind piece. 9:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Trending now, over 350 artists from all across the country are coming to Baltimore for the American Craft Made Show happening at the Convention Center next weekend. And one of those artists is sitting next to me. We have Baltimore local and glass artist Karen Wallace joining us this morning to show off some of her unbelievable creations. Obviously going to talk about the event as well. Thank you for being here.
Happy to be here.
You're from the Columbia area, so you get to represent the Baltimore area at this convention center that's going to be drawing people from everywhere. You ready for this?
I am ready for this. I've been preparing for 2 months, scouring booth designs and packaging and making marketing materials.
And you are sharing some of that with us today. You do glass work.
I do.
Which I was picking your brain. I feel like the only thing I know about glass is the glass blowing when you make the Christmas ornaments. This is entirely different. You were talking about you make these in a kiln.
It is. So it's a little more like ceramics, where you're working with glass when it's cold and then you're putting it in the kiln for heat work. And there's some heat manipulation, but usually we're working on it when it's cold and then sawing it up and putting it back together and heating it again.
And then at some point during that process, you're putting things inside to get these designs that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, so one of my favorite techniques is called Murini.
Say that again?
Murini.
Murini, okay.
So after the Isle of Murano in Italy, where they developed these techniques hundreds of years ago.
Fascinating.
The modern rendition is heating up a crucible of glass in a kiln with a hole in the bottom, where we can then pull out a rod of glass with a pattern in it and snip that up. And then each one
How
of those
do you
circles.
have that vision when it's in that form? I mean, that's beyond. I know that's a difficult question because she is the artist and has studied and learned and been working on this. How long would it take you to make one of these bowls?
It's usually about 12 hours.
12 hours. That's pretty impressive. How long did it take you when you first started?
Oh gosh, 20, 30?
Yeah, I think that is still impressive. I don't know if I would ever come out looking like this. Now you get to show it off, and you're going to be among hundreds of other vendors, artists. How are you feeling? Are you excited? What do you expect to see? This is your first time at the show.
This is my first time at the show. I've certainly attended before and bought lovely things from other artists, but my first time vending.
If someone out there at home is an artist and creative, making their own crafts, what is your advice to them? Because obviously, like you've been there before. I'm sure someone at home is thinking, maybe I could bring my stuff. What's your advice?
Yeah, hone your craft to the point where it is professional and you feel like it's ready for a high-end craft show like this.
And here you go.
Here I go.
What's next after this show?
So usually I sell in a gallery in Ellicott City as well as on my website. And I'm going to see how this first show goes, and then maybe the Smithsonian show or the Philadelphia craft show.
Represent.
Yeah.
Karen, thank you so much for sharing your art with us. It's absolutely stunning. I hope you guys can get a grasp of what this looks like on air. If not, see it in person, Baltimore Convention Center next weekend. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Your necklace, too, is beautiful.
Thank you.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with a look at our forecast.
I like that hair.
Yeah,
That's
right?
some good-looking hair. That is. I should try that. I don't know if they'll let me do it on TV here, but you could do it.
Maybe.
So, all right. Good morning to you, and happy Thursday, friends. It is almost Friday, so close. And by the way, we're so close to opening day, which, thanks to Megan, she did some research. But yeah, the earliest opening day we've ever had. Of course, they started doing opening days in April, and then they started pushing them back to March. And now March 28th, 3 weeks from today, right there at Camden Yards, we'll all be out there rooting on our Baltimore Orioles, who are doing really well in spring training. So hopefully we can carry that right into the brand new season. HD radar, you can see those showers moving well to the north and east of us. They were around New York earlier this morning, now up toward the Boston region. So it's their problem now. We get a break from the rain temporarily, but through tomorrow night, notice we're dry. Let's fast forward that future scan. We wake up Saturday morning with some wet conditions here, and you can see those rain showers here about 8, 9 o'clock on Saturday. Even some moderate rain that's going to roll through by midday and stay with us into the afternoon. Those scattered showers kind of with us into Saturday evening as well before drier air comes in. It will be cooler behind the system on Sunday, so feel kind of blustery out there, but we do stay mainly dry. However, in terms of the rainfall totals, now look, we are well above average for the year, which is good because we're now out of the drought situation, but we also have almost picked up almost 2 inches so far. That's officially in the first 6 days of March. That went up to last night included. Now we're going to add almost another inch once this thing is all said and done across central Maryland and out toward the eastern shore. You really got hit with a lot of rain yesterday in the eastern shore. So here's a look at your forecast. If you do want to get out there today, still probably a little squishy on those greens and fairways. Look, let's just do lift, clean, and place. Come on, just do it today. We do it every day. It doesn't matter. We always play winter rules. Here's a look at our high temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A lot of us in the low to to mid 60s today, well above those average numbers. Same thing for you in Harford and Cecil counties with upper 50s and lower 60s. Northeast Elkton over to Aberdeen and Perryman right about 61 for your afternoon high. Now notice on our temperature tracker, those numbers are trending down a little bit. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're back to the upper 50s, but still that's above average for this time of year. And we got a real nice week ahead of us, mid to upper 60s next week with more of that drier air in place. So here's our future scan, keeping some of those clouds around today. We're dry throughout the afternoon, and as I mentioned, tomorrow is looking good, but it's that next weather maker coming in on Saturday that's going to bring us more rain. Don't forget, 3 days away until we spring forward. We're 10 days out from St. Patty's Day and 12 days from the official start of spring. So meteorologically speaking, we're already in spring, but vernal equinox coming up on a Tuesday, March 19th. That's the day that March Madness starts too. Yeah. What do you think about that, Meg?
I'm excited about it. We need to get our brackets going, though. Oh, yeah. Maybe you can head that up. Yeah. All right, happening right now, a team up to tackle student hunger. And this week, we're going to see the American Dairy Association Northeast, along with anti-hunger organizations, Baltimore City Public Schools, and the Baltimore Ravens, all coming together as part of National School Breakfast Week. Now the group is helping serve breakfast to students at Belmont Elementary. According to Feeding America, 1 in 8 children in Maryland face hunger, and school meals, especially breakfast, can act as a solution to feeding more students.
Well, the American Heart Association is challenging Maryland lawmakers to learn hands-only CPR. In fact, AHA staff and volunteers are meeting lawmakers right now who are coming into work at the State House. They're asking the delegates and senators to take a minute to practice the life-saving skill. Organization is advocating for the passage of bills in the House and the Senate that require every school in Maryland, public or private, to create a cardiac emergency response plan. Also happening at 11 this morning, Howard County will be celebrating the grand opening of their new East Columbia 50+ Center.
It comes almost a decade after the county's 2015 master plan identified the center as a top priority project.
Well, in a statement, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball wrote in part, the facility celebrates his county's commitment to providing the best services and facilities to its residents. There's plenty more fun to come this season on The Masked Singer. You can watch every new episode every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 45. Well, now that it is award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. Get the question right, and you can win the $100 daily prize. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win the weekly $5,000 drawing. Again, scan that QR code to get the Hollywood Trivia question of the day. And we want to say congratulations to Lisa Gannon from Wednesday's winner. So congratulations, Lisa. She's automatically entered into the $5,000 drawing. After the break, a final look at the forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers working on a banana right now. Healthy guy. All right. He's tracking when we can expect our next chance for rain.
Oh, we just slipped on it.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Man, out of the 10 days, there are 7 of them that are in the 60s. 7 out of the next 10 in the 60s.
You're right. I counted to make sure.
Hallelujah.
A little cooler this weekend. And again, we get a break. The rain, you can see it right there Saturday. That's it. I mean, after Saturday's rain, we're dry. We've got a long, dry stretch that's going to really warm up. And then next weekend, as I mentioned, is St. Pat's weekend. It comes on a Sunday this year. So.
Things turn green.
in the air.
Even the lows are looking better, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not. I mean, we're in the 50s all morning this morning. So I mean, yeah, we're in there. Come on, see ya.
Not bad.
Bye.
Ditching the turtlenecks.
Yeah.
Getting
yeah, you gotta get rid of
warmer,
it.
Getting
Move
drier, getting closer to the weekend.
closer and closer.
See you tomorrow.
Closer.